by. All right, then you had Halloween Kills, followed by My Hero Academia, World Heroes Mission. Don't know that.
Yeah, I loved it.
No Time to Die, Venom Let There Be Carnage. Last Night in Soho, number 7 was Rantlers. Actually, it's a movie called Antlers, believe it or not.
Yeah, Scott
Rantlers
directed it.
It's a horror movie. It's supposed to be really good.
Yeah.
Ron's Gone Wrong, followed by The French Dispatch and The Addams Family 2, bottomed out at number 10. So we're going to start with this, the story of Alec Baldwin and so on. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed has broken her silence after Alec Baldwin accidentally shot and killed cinematographer Helena Hutchins with a loaded weapon that she supplied with him on the set of Rust. In a statement, the 24-year-old said that she had no idea why there were live rounds present. Her lawyer released a statement saying, ultimately, this set would have never been compromised if live ammo were not introduced. Hannah has no idea where the live rounds came from. Gutierrez-Reed was responsible for supplying the weapons and keeping them safe on set, ensuring that they were locked away when not in use. More than a dozen weapons were stored in a prop truck on set, but there were reports of crew members using them for target practice with live ammo on the day of the tragedy, which I was reading is sometimes common on certain sets for people to go do that, which seems ridiculous to me.
They had a guy who actually works with the union, whose job it was, I saw an interview with him, to go out to movie sets, to go and examine their procedure and how they're doing everything. The checks, the rechecks, they're all supposed to be in place. And the golden rule, no live ammunition anywhere near the set.
Baldwin was given a gun by Assistant Director Dave Halls, who said that he didn't check the weapon properly before announcing that it was safe to be used. Well, that's a big-ass mistake right there. Halls was fired from a previous film for gun safety violations.
How do you hire him again, then?
I don't know. Baldwin himself spoke out against, again, on the shooting tragedy on Friday. He said that Hutchins was, quote, my friend. And he said that he had had dinner with her and the director on the first day of filming. He said, a woman died. She was my friend. The day I arrived in Santa Fe to start shooting, I took her to dinner with Joel, the director. We were very, very well-oiled crew shooting a film together, and then this horrible event happened. He also said that he is speaking to the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office and the investigation. Will Smith revealed in his upcoming YouTube docuseries that he once contemplated suicide. In the trailer for Will Smith, The Best Shape of My Life series, where he set a goal for himself to lose 20 pounds in 20 weeks after his quarantine weight gain. He spoke on how difficult the task was. He said in the snippet, it's written in Greek.
Of course, it's
horrible.
horrible.
He said in the snippet from the show, this began as a journey to get into the best shape of my life. He continued saying, when I started this show, I thought I was getting in the best shape of my life physically, but mentally I was somewhere else. I ended up discovering a whole lot of hidden things about myself. He later said to his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith, and children Taj, Jaden, and Willow, that, quote, was the only time in my life I ever considered suicide. So I don't know what he found out about himself.
Right.
Or why it would be this intense at this point in his life. I have no idea what he's referring to.
There's a guy who innately knows how to get jiggy with it.
He does.
Yeah.
Why would anybody who can get as jiggy as he can?
Why would they even end up on the roster there?
Maybe
It's disturbing.
Maybe he forgot how to get jiggy with it.
I need to relearn my jigginess.
The 6-part docuseries premieres on YouTube on November 8th, by the way. All right, in 2015, Amber Heard was accused of bringing her and Johnny Depp's 2 dogs into Australia illegally.
Oh, no!
The case was eventually closed, but now Australian investigators are opening a new investigation.
I understand they deposed the dogs.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, that's where they're going to break it.
That's where they're going to get the story.
On Saturday, a spokesperson for Australia's Department of Agriculture, Water, and the Environment told E! News that they are investigating allegations of perjury by Ms. Heard during court proceedings of the 2015 illegal importation of her 2 dogs into Australia.
Does she run the risk of being executed?
I think she might. It might be capital punishment. They will probe the closed 2015 court case. The spokesperson added in their statement that the department is seeking to obtain witness statements, and once obtained, the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions will consider whether the evidence is sufficient to warrant pursuance of the matter.
Sounds like they're pursuing a writ of habeas dingo.
This comes as Heard and Depp are still in the midst of sorting out lawsuits against each other.
It's Australian.
It's been going on for 6 years, man.
6 years for this. Now, listen, they get really protective, and then this quarantine issue, like if you bring a dog over to England, you're going to have to keep them in quarantine for a while.
In one of Depp's suits, the 2020 libel suit, he lost against a British tabloid that dubbed him a wife-beater. One of his employees said that Heard told him to lie under oath about the case. In 2015, she was facing a 10-year prison sentence, so she pleaded guilty to a lesser case, falsifying a travel document to get the dogs into Australia.
Any plans on whether or not she's going to address the pooping in bed incident, or is that...
I think they're trying to
another
bury it.
trial.
Yeah. 95-year-old Queen Elizabeth is being told to take it easy and rest as she recovers from a health scare that sent her to the hospital, according to Buckingham Palace. Specifics.
I'm so very sorry.
One more time.
I'm incredibly embarrassed.
Specifics about her health issue have not been divulged.
It was those pork rinds.
But the palace has confirmed it is not COVID.
It's not COVID. A new dress, please.
That bad? Oh, no.
The doctors have advised her that Her Majesty can continue to undertake light desk-based duties during this time.
We have a Hershey situation at Buckingham,
including some virtual audiences. But she has been told to not undertake any official visits. Nobody wants to go in that room.
No one wants to go. But she's still doing her Twitch gaming, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Her Majesty regrets that this means she will be unable to attend the Festival of Remembrance, which was set for November 13th.
Wouldn't that be wild if she forgot the Festival of Remembrance?
Royal Albert Hall. A virtual appearance from Windsor Castle last week, she appeared to be in good spirits. However, it remains the
pull my
Queen's
finger.
firm intention to be present for the National Service of Remembrance on Remembrance Sunday, the palace said, of the November 14th ceremony honoring war heroes.
The longevity.
It is impressive.
Yeah. I mean, her husband, 99, she's 95, going strong. Listen, the fact that this is all she's dealing with at this point and can get up and entertain heads of state is amazing.
Well, as we talk about longevity, I have a story about someone who passed. Steve, you'll know this gentleman, George Tyson Butler.
Yes.
Documentary filmmaker best known for co-directing the 1977 feature Pumping Iron.
Yeah.
He passed away October 21st of pneumonia at his home in New Hampshire. He was 78 years old. Butler was born in England in 1943, but he grew up in Somalia and Jamaica. Butler became involved in the world of bodybuilding in the early 1970s by photographing competitions for Life magazine. And that's Arnold working out.
And I believe he was the director of Pumping Iron 2. Did you ever see the original Pumping Iron when it came out?
Just portions of it.
That's where Arnold's persona, his star, was really cemented. So he was Mr. Olympia, but he was waging sort of these psychological games against his main competitor, who was Lou Ferrigno.
Yeah, collaborating with author Charles Gaines, the pair penned a book about a culture of bodybuilding. The success of Pumping Iron, the art and sport of bodybuilding, led to the making of the documentary Pumping Iron. Centering on the 1975 Mr. Olympia competition, Pumping Iron was a landmark look into the world of bodybuilding and launched the career of Arnold Schwarzenegger, helping make the 5-time Mr. Universe winner a household name. Of course, Lou Ferrigno is also a subject in the documentary. Butler helmed Pumping Iron 2, The Women.
The Women.
A follow-up focusing on female bodybuilding in 1985. Was that any good?
It was okay. The original one was such a peak. We'd not seen the kind of thing, the kind of dieting, the kind of regimen, the kind of and Arnold, there were a lot of people who hated him after that documentary, and there were people who just loved him because he did what he had to do to win.
At that point, you'd only seen pictures of guys posing, but you didn't know there was a whole culture behind it.
Yeah.
And that's what it brought to light. Arnold said in a statement, Pumping Iron, the book and the movie, drew the general public to our strange little niche sport and brought fitness and this Austrian with an unpronounceable name and funny accent to the masses. I was saddened to hear of George's passing. He was such a talent. He had a fantastic eye and he was a force for the sport of bodybuilding and the fitness crusade.
Yeah, it launched it.
He also established his own film company, White Mountain Films, in 1972 and produced many documentaries over the years focusing on a variety of subjects. He directed the 2004 documentary Going Upriver, focusing on his friend and then presidential candidate John Kerry. Most recently, he served as a producer and director of Tiger, which is an IMAX documentary that follows the late big cat conservationist Alan Rabinowitz, and that is set for release next year. So that is filmmaker George Tyson Butler, dead at 78. All right, on to the fun stuff, the more frivolous stuff, if you will. Kim Kardashian kicked off the Halloween weekend with Pete Davidson at Knott's Scary Farm.
Which is Knott's Berry Farm, but that's what they call it for Halloween. I'm just guessing. Am I right?
I think you might
There
be
we go.
right. In Buena Park, California, she raised eyebrows with a picture that showed them holding hands on a roller coaster.
Have you seen Kim's with Pete Davidson?
But insiders tell people that
They're at the Knott's Berry Farm, don't you know?
they're just good friends, apparently.
Yeah, I don't hold hands with all my good friends.
Yeah, it's true. The Legends became the Adams this weekend. John Legend, Chrissy Teigen coordinated their family, including Teigen's mom, Pepper, with matching Adams family costumes this Halloween.
Put the goddamn costume on.
Legend became Gomez. Teigen dressed as Morticia. Luna took on Wednesday. Teigen's mom dressed as Grandmama.
Don't you get the impression that all these high-level celebrities actually have someone come in and costume them up? They're not hitting the Spirit store at the strip mall.
No.
Well, you know what? I did see our good friend, and I appreciated this, Rob McElhenney and his family. They did a more realistic, we did these costumes ourselves thing. And I appreciate that. Because
yeah.
I saw some other pictures of, like, Ariana Grande.
Come on.
And others that used professional, over-the-top FX people to come in. And, I mean, they're really over-the-top awesome. They look fantastic.
Yes.
But it's like, you know.
Come on. What you should have the plastic mask with the elastic band and the smock that has the name of whatever you are.
Who is the supermodel that for the past several
Heidi
years
Klum.
She kind of started that?
Yeah, she did.
Of hiring someone professionally to do a really movie quality.
And they look great.
They look great.
But I mean, I kind of like the homemade thing a little bit more.
Yeah, I agree. So what else do we have here? Kendall Jenner hit up Instagram stories to wish her boyfriend Devin Booker a happy 25th birthday. I know you guys have all been following
so
this.
exciting to have them in love and everything.
She captioned a shot of them together. Happy birthday, best friend D-Book.
D-Book?
Yeah, that's his Instagram handle. Devin
Well, that's
Booker.
a bad name.
I mean, good thing is, listen, at least it's Booker and not Bagger, and then she'd be calling him
D-Bagger.
Right.
Oh, that would be better.
I love you,
so much
D-Bagger. That's my D-Bagger.
The pair made their relationship IG official on Valentine's Day after several months in rumors.
All right.
Thank you. I was channeling my inner Nick.
Yeah.
Really?
Sparkle, sparkle.
Nick hasn't been the same since the moth incident.
All right, so now we know. When people had noticed earlier this year that Green Bay Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers' hair had been getting longer, he revealed in September that he'd been growing it out for a year for a Halloween costume, and that's commitment. It's like Casey with his driver's license photo. I do appreciate the effort.
And my son yesterday was like, I knew it. I called it.
Oh, really?
Well,
Did he call it?
He called it.
I
He
don't
told you
know what
this?
he was, so what was he?
Yeah.
You'll like this, Steve. He wouldn't disclose who it was, but called the person a hero of mine, and we finally found out who it was on Halloween when Rodgers posted a series of photos on Instagram of him dressed as John Wick. From
There
the
you
movie,
go.
Of course, played by Keanu Reeves.
Good
I think
choice.
I think his beard could have been a tad bit higher.
Yes.
Because Keanu has this weird, really high cheek facial hair.
A lot of people don't know, but Keanu's beard actually grows out of his eyes down his face.
It almost looks like it does. So the photos included Rodgers posing with the movie poster and with a dog set to resemble the one from the film. So that's pretty cool. He went the distance.
I love that series so much, and I give him credit for this.
The Kaylee Cuoco film role Play from Studio Canal and the picture company has snagged Thomas Vincent to direct.
This is great news.
I know. This is the last part of Entertainment News. Set a date of May 2022. The action thriller is being framed as a potential franchise featuring a young married couple whose life is upturned when secrets are revealed about their past.
I like when they take a stab at something and try to create a new, franchise and to do something outside of the normal crap.
Yep. So role play is what they're looking for. All right, this sounds pretty cool. James McAvoy set to reprise his role in the Cyrano de Bergerac story.
He's been in town a lot lately.
Has he?
McAvoy, yeah. He was at Union Game a week or so ago. And then he was
They
at...
have a house here.
Yeah, and his girlfriend's from here. And then he was also in Hershey Park.
So why doesn't he come by here, Nick?
I don't know. You want to call him?
Yeah, let's call him.
Let's call him.
I think we should.
Who is this?
He was supposed to send us a picture of him in his Delco hat.
I know.
Remember that? We
No.
never got it. So anyhow...
Coming down here would be a good way to make up for that,
Right?
Preston.
It will be a pandemic-delayed staging at the Brooklyn Academy of Music. The show bows on April 5th. I love that story, the Cyrano de Bergerac story.
Yeah.
And I love the Jose Ferrara film version of
Amazing.
it. It's
Roxanne.
excellent. Yep. Roxanne,
And John Wick is a retelling.
Roxanne is a lot of fun. No, it's not, but it can be if you want it to be. The production won the Olivier for Best Play Revival for a 2019 staging in London. And it was supposed to open at BAM in the spring
BAM!
of 2020. I don't know what BAM is.
It's Bam Margera's
BA.
Playhouse.
Oh.
Yeah.
But COVID closed theaters around the world before the first show opened. And one last story. Netflix has released a new trailer for season 2 of The Witcher.
Oh,
starring
yeah.
Henry Cavill. Do you watch that?
I watched the first season. I liked it a lot. It's really good. Would I say that it's? I mean, I haven't watched Game of Thrones, but I'm familiar with the response to it has been tremendous, and obviously it's at a different level. So this, to me, seems like a good alternative if you were jonesing for that sort of vibe.
Okay.
From what I gather.
By the way, is his character's name Geralt or
Yes.
Geralt? It's Geralt,
Geralt.
soft G? Okay.
Yeah, that's
don't
what I
know.
thought.
I haven't seen it. The second season opens December 17th and has already been renewed for season 3 with spinoffs in the work.
The dude is crazy. Obviously, they show him all, in his jackitude, but he looks like he walked out of the video game.
He's awesome. And he's a Brit, too, right?
The son of a bitch.
I never know.
He's the most iconic American. He's Superman, but
Right.
and he's actually, I'll say this, he is my favorite screen Superman.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I thought he was the best to do it. All right, we are now ready for clips. Here we go.
Where's my finger? Oh.
I don't know
Where's your
where
thing?
is.
It used to be in my hand.
All right. In Army of Thieves, the prequel to Army of the Dead, a mysterious woman recruits the help of a bank teller to crack 3 impossible safes across Europe. Here, director Zack Snyder, our friend, talks about the moment he realized he wanted a prequel. Hit it, Jason.
Yeah, it was pretty early on. It was actually the first scene we shot with Matthias was him explaining the Götterdämmerung and explaining the safes and everything. So it was pretty much after that scene that I was like, this is the movie. This is it. Like what he just said is the movie. And he and I sat down for a coffee and I said, what about directing this and starring in this Dieter prequel?
Yeah!
Army of Thieves is available on Netflix now. We will have Zack Snyder on later today.
Yes, I watched it, completed it last night. I really enjoyed it. To be honest, there are passing references to the fact that there's this zombie situation going on, but it is pretty much, for all intents and purposes, a classic heist movie.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Zach around 9 o'clock this morning, which is very cool. All right, next clip. In Antlers, a young student harboring a dangerous secret with frightening consequences is found out by a small-town Oregon teacher, her brother, and the local sheriff. And in this clip, director Scott Cooper talks about why he brought this movie to the big screen. Go ahead.
Well, Guillermo del Toro approached me and he said, Scott, your last 3 films have been horror films and nobody knows it. Would you ever consider actually directing a horror film? And I said, yes. I said some of my earliest film experiences and fondest remembrances were seeing movies that I was too young to see and shouldn't be seeing with my older brother.
I don't give a
Antlers is in theaters now, by the way.
So there's a creature in it. It's supposed to be pretty brutal, and I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Nice. And that's my entertainment report for
Yay!
the Monday, the first day of Camp Out for Hunger. We got that one in the books. Thank you.
We have some people hanging out.
Yes. Thank you, guys. Happy to see some people have arrived this morning. Yep, it's a different version of Camp Out for Hunger, but one that you can indeed attend. Not like last year where nobody was allowed in. It was just us in a private little studio, which was a lot of fun. We had a really successful week last year. We're hoping to do that again this year, but you can come in. Just ask that you wear a mask. We got some coffee here. Duncan's outside.
Yes, we have all
That's
that.
a beautiful thing. We have the rides from Skelly's Amusement, And I think you can ride them if you want to.
Well,
I haven't found out yet.
They were getting thumbs up on that, Preston. To see them right outside the window, illuminated, is so cool.
We can actually see it from inside the tent right now, and we have a new ride this year. We have the can drop that we have every year, but now we have Pharaoh's Fury, which is here.
Why are you always so furious, Pharaoh?
We will have a chance for you to ride those, and actually we're going to incorporate them in some games and having a good time, all this stuff. So we got a lot of guests on the show. I'd mentioned Zack Snyder. We're also going to have director Adam McKay on the program. Robert Irvine is in town for Beats and Eats, which is tonight at the Fillmore, by the way. And we're going to go swimming, too, I believe.
Oh,
today.
yeah.
Is that happening?
Like next.
Okay, we'll explain what that means. It does mean a big donation for Camp Out for Hunger if this special thing can be achieved.
There's a big challenge here, and it's human endurance. That's what we're talking about.
And essentially, it's that we'll do anything to get money or food for Camp Out for Hunger and Fill Abundance.
We've agreed to show people our peepees if necessary.
Did we talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did we?
I don't.
Yeah. Was I the only one who said yes to that memo?
You might have been,
Okay.
but
There was a memo?
that's okay. All right, so these things and more taking place. We're going to break. We're going to come back in a moment. Camp Out for Hunger, day number 1 on 93.3 WMMR. Wells Fargo Center Complex next to Xfinity Live. We'll be right back.
Preston and
The Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So, yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. Yay! It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a part of this incredible motion picture experience.
Wow, great.
And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
that's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen,
Yeah.
I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do.
it.
Really,
Think of a Nomad Land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
And I'll
they
bet
don't.
who's
They
out.
live like a year.
They don't.
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw
it's
the movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All
Maybe,
right,
well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting
See?
longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter. Breaking news.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
Would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. He had a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince, has passed away.
Yeah. Well, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But
They usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
you would not
like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would
Elevator inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry?
Yeah. They were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No,
They're
Not even
related.
close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
Yeah,
they're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all
He
tatted
was
up.
doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead. That
you see that guy?
I did.
He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on.
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
I
Man,
love it.
what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, "Hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours." And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis. It was the people that were up for the next award. Right.
Daddy Likey. 15 minutes after 7 in the Preston and Steve Show. Our first day of Camp Out for Hunger 2021. We got some people making their way in. I love seeing people in person as we broadcast live.
Yeah, it's the complete difference that we were craving last year, but we got a bit of it back.
And by the way, if you come down here to donate, so the drop-offs are drive-up only, and then you can go park and come in here. But when you drop off, you get a little care package. I'm going to tell you what's in that care package in just a moment. But we would love for you to come by here and see us. And we're going to have some friends here that we're going to pop on the air and play some games with. But we're going to do the NJM Insurance Group traffic right now with Kathy Romano. What's up, Kat?
That we are. But first, we're going to thank some of our sponsors here at the Camp Out. Keen Compressed Gas, Precision Solutions, Duncan, Shore Microphones, Xfinity Live, Mayfair Fence, and the Keystone Mountain Lakes Regional Council of Carpenters, Local 158. The Blue Route southbound jams from the Media Bypass to 95 on 95. Southbound, you're jammed from Academy through to Allegheny, and then 320 to Edgemont. We've got an accident. That's blocking the left lane. That's causing that delay. Schuylkill eastbound slows 202 into Gulf Mills, the Blue Route to Conshohocken, Gladwin to Belmont, and then Girard into Spring Garden on the westbound side from City to Belmont, and then again at the Conshohocken curve. The Boulevard southbound slows from Broad to Roberts in New Jersey. 42 north at 676. We've got an accident. It's jammed back to 295. Also northbound, slowing from College Drive to 55. There's an accident off to the shoulder there. 55 northbound jams Deptford to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Safe Auto. Safe Auto offers Pennsylvania state minimum car insurance for less than 70 cents a day. Visit safeauto.com or call 800-SAFE-AUTO. Play it safe, Safe Auto. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Kathy Romano, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay.
Nobody does it better. I mean, they might, but we're just going to say nobody.
No, they don't.
We don't have time to look around.
Hey, by the way, so we have this really cool little gift bag you're going to get if you come by and you drop off food, which is wonderful. And I had mentioned, in the tent, we're asking for masks. If you don't have a mask with you, that's all right. Preston and Steve masks.
I don't even have one of those.
I know. I want to open this up because I haven't seen this yet. So I'm stealing whoever this is. But it comes in a cool little sealable bag. But
So if you come down and you don't get a package, it's because Preston took it.
yeah, I might have taken it. But
Yeah. That's great.
Nice.
Yeah.
On there, I like that. So we have that. We have Preston and Steve koozies, a couple of different. We have green ones, Kelly green ones, and we have some pink and black here. I know we just got through Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but we're going to hang on to pink for a little while.
I love that.
What I thought were lanyards are leashes.
Yes.
For your doggy?
Metropolitan Veterinary Association.
I know them well. They're great.
So they've got the MMR logo on there. They have our Camp Out for Hunger logo, which is pretty awesome.
Now, listen, there's only one way to get those leashes, by the way. So that is from our friends at MetVet. And the first 50 donors each day that donate at least 20 pounds of food get a Camp Out for Hunger MetVet dog leash.
Oh, limited supply.
Limited supply every day. So we're giving away 50 of those a day, and it's for the
Listen, in case it's not even for your dog, it could be for your submissive.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, use it for what you want.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and also, last but not least, we have this very cool Duncan, Preston Steve Ron Duncan WMMR coffee cup mug, if you will. No, it's not a mug. It's a cup. It's like a to-go cup, which is pretty
It's
cool.
a mup.
And you get the bag as well.
Yep.
So you can use this for your shopping and show your Preston and Steve love if you want to. But nonetheless, everybody gets that for coming by and donating. So thank you. And who was our sponsor of that, by the way?
Well, Pepsi is the sponsor of the bag,
Yep.
and then obviously MetVet with the leash. But then everything else is brought to you by Preston Steve and WMMR.
I love it. Excellent. So stop by. All right. Now, one of the things that we are going to be doing, and like I said, we'll do pretty much anything to get more substantial donations, whether that be food or whether that be money, comes with our next guest. And we would like to welcome from Endless Pools, Brendan McConnell, who is here this morning. McConnell. I called him McConnell. Sorry, man. First name mistake of the week. Won't be the last. All right, so Brendan McConnell is what I meant to say. All right, so Brendan, welcome, first of all, to Camp Out for Hunger. We're going to have you scoot that microphone a little bit closer to your mouth. I want to make sure we can hear you. And, all right, listen, so you've been here before, right?
2 years ago we were here in person, yes.
All right, and we had Casey, who got out into one of the endless pools. What were you doing out there, Casey? Just swimming
So what the challenge for me was to go as hard with the current as fast as it could go for a minute long, and I crushed that. I mean, that was easy. It was like, come on, give me a challenge, So that was...
You did a damn good job, and maybe say you're like anything you're going to do this time around. We're going to reveal some stuff. You're in a much, much better shape. You've been really, working on yourself, and I think, as you guys broke records in the dumpster pool, I think world records will be made.
Yeah, I think so. All right, so, Brendan, what did you guys bring with you today?
Sure, we've got our Performance Endless Pool set up just outside, and Casey, since you asked for a challenge, we decided to make a different challenge for this year. So this year, we're going from the Xfinity Live parking lot all the way down to Cape May, about 82-mile swim outside in the parking lot. We'll be swimming all week, 6:30 to about 11. We'll have swimmers in the pool all day, going full blast all day.
All right, so we're calling this the Wells to the Shells event.
Yes.
So swimming all the way from the Wells Fargo Center, if you were to jump into the Delaware River and swim all the way to Cape May, it would be an 82-mile swim. And here's the deal. Our friends at Endless Pools are going to donate something if we, and only if we can achieve 82 miles of swimming.
That's a lot of swimming, but, I think over the course of the camp out, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. I think it can be done.
All right, and what will the prize be?
Yep, we wanted to make sure that we gave ourselves the incentive to get it done. So it's a $15,000 donation to Phil.
Hey!
Wow. $15,000 donation. All right, so we got work to do. Who are our swimmers going to be? Because it's going to be accumulative.
It is accumulative. Right now, we've got Liz out in the pool swimming right now.
Already?
Wow. Already started, yes.
Oh, we need to see that.
Yes!
Yeah. Well, they did have the camera in here earlier. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're looking at it right now. What a setup. That's awesome.
Oh, my God, there's a camera inside the pool.
Yep.
An underwater camera. That's badass. All right, so do me a favor. Now, an endless pool, by the way, you can actually, it creates a current.
Yep.
And you can swim in it. You can, as opposed to having like a lap pool or something like that in your backyard.
Basically a treadmill for swimmers.
Okay, and how big is this one that we have here?
7 by 14 outside.
7 by 14. How many gallons? Any idea?
About 2,500.
Okay, and you can, how fast? What is the fastest that you'll be able to
Sure.
swim? And I don't know how they gauge them. Is it miles per hour?
We do a 100-yard pace, so
Okay.
swimmers can really get a better better understanding of what they do with that pace. So this one will do about a minute 5 for a 100-yard pace at top speed.
My wife, she loves doing laps. We have a pool, and that's a main form of exercise for her. Yet, there are people who don't have that enough space for that sort of situation. And anyone I know who has done or is a fan of this form of exercise, who has been sort of a naysayer about it, once they get in and try it, they can't believe how accurate it is to doing full-blown laps.
And if your pool isn't long enough, you're doing this back and forth thing all the time. You can A, get dizzy, B, not get as good of a workout. This, you're constantly heading in one direction.
Correct. And for those of you that haven't tried it, you're more than welcome to come down this week, jump in the pool,
Shut up.
help us do our 82 miles.
For real?
Wow.
Absolutely.
All right, bring your suits down here. Melon, get your suit on.
We need you. Hey, all right, so you said the fastest pace you got is about a minute for a 100-yard. What is the world record for a 100-yard? It's
about a 48, 45.
Okay.
Yep.
So, so you're not going world record pace, but I know as a swimmer that, if you're doing a minute for 100-yard pace, like, it's tough to keep that up for a long time.
And we do have other pools that'll get down to about an Olympic pace.
So, wow. This water, like last year, was heated. Is this a heated pool?
You've got the steam coming off it right now.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
So I'm going to hop in so I'm also going to be a part of this. I'm going to try and, my goal is to do no less than 8 miles to get us to this goal. So I'm going to pop in and do about an hour every day. And so I don't know what pace I have to do in order to get 2 miles in an hour.
You can figure it out.
Okay.
I mean, so you can adjust it to make sure that you're going about the speed that you're comfortable with, and we'll help you out as you're in the pool.
Can you put it up to level 5 rapids? That'd be so cool.
Oh my God, that'd be awesome.
We do have people with kayaks in them. So.
Is that right?
Seriously?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Dude, they have underwater treadmills. So, like, suppose you have like bad knees, bad ankles, or whatever, and you want to run, you can actually run on a treadmill in the water.
All right. Well, this is going to be going on all week long. So we're hoping by Friday we'll have 82 miles under our belt and $15,000 in our pocket, or at least Phil Abundant's pocket.
Excellent.
For Camp Out for Hunger. And by the way, if anybody is interested in endless pools, Brendan, how do they contact you, and where are you located?
Sure. Well, endlesspools.com, and we're located right actually in Aston, which is perfect for being a part of this particular event.
And it's an incredible showroom. There's it's amazing stuff.
Excellent. All right, Brendan, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yay! That's awesome.
Endless pools. All right, so that's going on all week, and you definitely, Casey, you'll be getting in there at some point, right?
Yeah, so I should be in there sometime in the 11 o'clock hour today. And,
okay.
And, the rest.
So bring your fishing tackle.
Yeah, bring your fishing tackle. No, but I got all my gear. I got all my stuff.
Dude,
and
you love this. It's your favorite exercise, is it not?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, it's low impact stuff, right? So if you have issues with your, like I said, your ankles, your knees, or whatever, like, you get a really, really great workout. And then, and so I was always a swimmer. So
a friend of mine,
I look forward to
years ago, you talk about this being a treadmill for the water. My friend put his treadmill in the water, and he was electrocuted to death.
Oh my God!
You can't do that.
If you're just joining us, this is the Camp Out for Hunger. It's day number 1, and we are indeed next to Xfinity Live here in the Wells Fargo Center parking lot. And you are invited to come by, like you heard. We have a nice crew of people here this morning, and slowly trying to get back to normal. I'm thinking next year we'll get back to the live bands and all the events that are taking place, which is always a blast. But this year, just still slightly modified. But the bottom line is raising money, raising food, and making Phil Abundance stock full and ready to go. And there was an event over the weekend, of course, the Fill-A-Trunk event. Used to be called Fill-A-Frunk. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But I want to go to what our weekend and the last few days were like. A little recap from our trip to Chicago.
A lot of people have been asking, so I'll bring you up to speed on it. It was pretty amazing. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so we were, I'm sure you've heard, it's been talked about. MMR had a special weekend, but the Preston and Steve show was inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame. So we went to Chicago for the ceremonies, left on Wednesday after the show. And Steve came in on Thursday, and then Thursday night was the event. Then some of us stuck around in Chi-Town for a couple days and kind of took in the sights and the events and everything that was going on.
Right, you had some friends and stuff. And so there was everyone coordinated in a different way. But the event itself, and we were all kind of like shy Ronnie, like, oh, this is really? Are we really? But when you got to the thing and you saw the whole setup, and it was in actually a functioning bank that has a huge sort of a section for banquets, I was like, whoa, this is real.
Yeah.
This is real.
Yeah, and while there, I saw some people that I was quite familiar with in the industry for a long time, and was pretty wild being in the same company with them, being honored for the same thing.
Because and it's not like we're not fake yet. We just don't think of ourselves, in that company. But they knew us, and they could not have been nicer. It was very cool.
Steve, I felt like a kid.
Yeah.
And by that I don't mean by age. I just felt like I didn't belong in that company.
Right.
I felt really, really weird, and that everything I was saying was wrong, and and that whole thing.
Like if they had us, Preston, sitting at a folded card table, like that would have been right. Like
that's kind of what I felt like, and it wasn't being treated like that.
Yeah,
it was just the way I felt.
Right.
It was really weird, but in the end, it was awesome. It was such a great time.
The event was very nice.
Yeah.
I was entertained the entire time. Sometimes they can get long, and you're like, oh God, when are we gonna get out of here? We stayed until the very end, and I thought it was a very well-run event.
Yep, we had we saw some and heard some really cool speeches. Our executives were there, and our managers, and everybody showed up. And
so cool to see that.
We had family and friends that were there too. My mom came out.
Your mom was like just she was beaming.
She said it's the greatest thing that's ever happened in her life.
Wow. Wow.
Yes.
She might have been the highlight.
Did she have the chicken?
She might have been the highlight of the event. Watching her, and at the end of your speech, you thanked her, and it was like she put her hands over her face. She stood up like she almost didn't know what to do. It was very cute.
I know. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And when we were leaving, so another fellow inductee was Dan Patrick.
Yeah.
The sportscaster and sports show. And he had the greatest speech. It was wonderful. He was very, very personal. He talked about, his struggles with cancer and some things that happened in his life. He was really, really funny. And then afterwards, we were leaving. My mom was getting tired, so we left a little bit early. We left about a half hour earlier.
Yeah.
So, and we were on our way out, and Dan was standing there talking to one other person, and I'm wheeling my mom by, and I'm like, I'm going to say congratulations and good night to him. And my mom wanted to meet him, and so she did, and he was just the sweetest guy to her. He knelt down because my mom's in a wheelchair and spent a good 5 to 10 minutes just talking to her. And he went to Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah.
And so my whole family's from Kentucky, so they talked about Kentucky this, Kentucky that, and all that stuff. So it was really, really cool. That was a neat part of the evening.
Yeah, so when I walked into the building, I walked in just behind Dan Patrick, and he walked in, and he heard me say, "Holy yes, that's Dan Patrick." And then I was like, oh my God, like I just embarrassed myself. But I had the opportunity to talk to him a little bit later on, and I said, I apologize for my language. I just didn't expect to see you so soon in the evening. And then I heard his acceptance speech a little bit later on, and his language during his acceptance speech was...
Well, we saw actually what they did is they allowed some of the people who weren't able to actually be there in person because they did sort of a virtual thing last year. Yeah. So Mark and Brian was represented. Some of these shows you may have heard of throughout the years.
I talked to Sway for a while.
Sway was great, and a whole bunch of people. Our current crop, we had Elvis, who is.
Elliot, you mean?
Elliot, excuse me.
Yeah.
Elvis, they used to work together at Z100.
Yeah.
And Brother Weeze from Rochester.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of people who've had, like, long careers. And all of them, there was a real fraternal, cool thing going on.
There were two really moving speeches for me, anyway. Erica Farber, who has breast cancer and has been dealing with it, and she talked about her struggle over the last few months and the fact that she didn't even really expect to be there.
No.
And she was, and she gave a really moving, wonderful speech. And then Dan Patrick's was great, too. I got to meet Dan, and he wrote a book called The Big Show with Keith Olbermann a few years back, and it's actually one of the reasons why I got into broadcasting. I loved it. I thought it was really well written. I loved him when he was on SportsCenter. So I thanked him for that, and he said, Keith and I wrote that book so that you wouldn't get into broadcasting. But he could not have been a nicer guy. I got a really cool photo with him and Casey, and I appreciated that. But to see you guys be honored, both of your speeches, Preston and Steve, were fantastic. You guys did a great job. And then Rob McElhenney's speech to induct you, even though it ran out of order, was really cool as well.
There was a little bit of a screw up at the beginning.
Yeah, I'll address that in a second, definitely.
I was almost like, looking around when they didn't play Rob's.
Looked right at me.
I was like, looked at Nick, I looked at Marissa, I was like, can one of you fix this? Like, what's going on?
It threw me off.
Yeah.
So we were supposed to go up. First of all, Steve said someone told him that they were going to come and get us at our table.
Which they didn't do.
They didn't do.
Yeah.
So he makes the announcement. We're all the way in the back. And then we walk up there, and they're supposed to play this video from Rob McElhenney inducting us into the Hall of Fame before we make our announcements.
You were supposed to do a rehearsal, by the way, and they called that off.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
They called that off.
And so they didn't play it, and I look at Steve, I'm like, I guess we're going up. And it totally threw me off.
Yeah.
We had to stand at 2 different podiums. I didn't know we were going to do that. And I thought my speech sucked, man.
It did not. No, it
No,
was.
it didn't.
It was
So not
from the
happy
heart.
with
It was
it.
good.
But Steve's was really funny.
Well, thank you.
It was you were cracking me up. You said you were on LSD. It was hilarious. But I wasn't happy with mine. But thank you for that.
Yours was very, honestly, it had a very organic, and it was real. The one thing, everyone gets up there and thinks, I'm going to redefine the speech. Oh, this is my time. And you just did yours from the heart. It resonated, and everyone was,
I would have told some stories or something like that. People were doing that. I didn't know we were going to tell stories.
I started as a foot model.
Right.
Do you want another opportunity to do it again?
Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I will do that. Because
My favorite moment of the speeches was when Steve said that his wife couldn't be here, and she's not
with
dead.
us. He goes, well, because she's not with us, and he goes, well, I don't mean she's dead. She's at home. But I mean, that was great.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was very funny. But I think don't be hard on yourself, Preston. At least for me, watching the two of you up there, like. I felt like almost like you were my kids, and I was like, oh my God, they're doing so good up there. I was very proud of both of you. Like, I was nervous for you, but you both did great.
Thank you.
Thanks. It was pretty cool. And then I ended up going. In fact, most of us did eventually go to the Broadcast Communications Museum, which is where the Hall of Fame is in Chicago. And it was so cool because you walk in, you go through the whole exhibits of the history of radio and a few different shows and things like that. But then eventually you round the corner and then you walk into the Hall of Fame, and it's just these photos all across this room.
Were ours up yet?
Ours weren't up
Not yet, I know.
What would
I was so bummed.
I was wishing they were.
Yes, and Kathy. So we see the picture that they're going to put up of us in the Hall of Fame. And Preston goes, God damn it!
Well,
it's a picture you don't like.
Well, and mind you, we sent over another picture. That was not the picture we sent over. Like, I specifically sent a nice picture of you guys that you both picked and you both liked, and I said, in case there's something printed or whatever's going to be hanging, use this photo. It didn't get used.
Well, and they spelled my name wrong on my award.
What? Are you kidding?
What does it say?
2 T's in Elliot, and I only used one. And it's written correctly in the bio and on the Hall of Fame.
Did they get the Kenny Knight right?
Maybe they did. Maybe I should not overlook that. But I didn't say anything. Like when we walked up and I looked at my name, it's the first thing I saw.
Listen, I think they can do a make good on that.
I should have said you spelled my name wrong. Thank you, for
ladies
doing
and
that.
gentlemen. Yeah,
This
but
is
I mean,
a farce.
yeah. This is a disaster.
Yeah.
It was an honor, though.
I will say, though, after going to the museum, at the end, you kind of walk through a little gift shop. You guys now need to write a book because everybody...
All radio people have
They're
written
all
a book.
writing books.
Yeah.
Well, it's a reason to go back to Chicago, and I hadn't been in that city in 25 years, maybe something like that. I had forgotten what a fantastic city it is. So much to see and do. It was kind of crummy weather for 2 of the days, but we had great weather the first day and the last day, and I loved that city. And per Kathy's suggestion, went up to a place called the Signature Room at the top of the Hancock Center on Wednesday night when we got there. That was really cool. It's just the Art Institute's phenomenal. What?
Well, we went, and it was foggy that night.
Nick, you couldn't see one thing.
So
anything.
It's one of the tallest buildings in the country, right?
Yeah,
you can
see 4 states on a non-foggy night.
Or you can see clouds.
And that's all we saw. Like no lights, nothing.
Nick, I legitimately asked, I was like, are there shades down or is it just foggy out?
This is very underwhelming.
Yeah.
But you now in the travel, we heard about this just yesterday. At least I did. There was luggage issues.
Oh, luggage issues. That was the least of our problems, were the luggage issues. Steve, Marissa and I ended up having to fly to Newark.
Yeah, there was a pilot issue.
Oh, okay. So American. Did you fly American?
Oh my God, we flew American.
So I got in under the wire. American had a.
Yes. Well, we saw that afterwards.
Yeah, I read this morning that there were severe high winds in Dallas, and a bunch of flights had to get canceled there, and it caused this ripple. And of course, they have some shortages as well.
Well, apparently,
it causes delay ripple all through the country.
Well, I guess, but yeah, something like 1,200 flights.
Yeah.
Was that what you read? Yeah.
Yep.
So, Steve, Marissa and I were standing there. We went to board, and like nothing was happening. We're like, wow, it's getting close to the time, and then I noticed that it had shifted a little bit, like 20 minutes, and I'm like, oh, I guess they're running late. Whatever. Long story short, it was a couple of hours. We're waiting, and there was a flight crew and a pilot standing next to me. So I went over and I said, to the pilot. I said, "Do you know what's going on?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I do." And I'm like, "Can you tell? Are you allowed to tell me?" He goes, "Well, the flight crew, meaning the flight attendants, are stuck in Boston." He goes, "And they don't know where the pilots are."
Holy crap!
I was like, "Oh, great, lovely."
Who wants to go to Newark, right?
So Marissa and I tried to get on standby on the flight that Preston and Casey were on.
We got down to gate. We're like, what are Kathy and Marissa doing here? They were supposed to fly out like hours ago.
Wow.
But I couldn't believe that they, across the board, I guess there were 1,200 flights, but that they just canceled it. Like, our luggage was on the plane. So they canceled the flight and then nothing. Like, I've never had a flight canceled on me. Nothing. There was no help. Marissa was on the phone. We were talking to gate agents.
So you felt that they didn't handle the communications right?
Oh, my God. No, not at all. They helped us zero. So we're now running all over trying to get back.
Like John McClane in Die Hard 2?
The only thing that we can find, like on the app online was getting us home like past midnight. So, that really wasn't an option. We did not want to do that. We were on standby for Preston's flight and then 2 flights after that, but we could see what number we were, and we were 10 and 11.
Oh, man.
And on Preston's flight, they let 3 standby passengers on, so we thought there's no way. And had Marissa not been with me, there's no way I would have done what we did, but she was kind of like, there's no other option. We went up to a flight that was leaving for Newark, and literally they were like, you need to make the decision right now and get on the plane. We're closing the doors.
And so you flew to Newark?
Marissa looked at me. She goes, I think we should do it. And I was like, okay, fine. And that was it. And I just was like, okay, well, I guess maybe I'll get my luggage.
Yeah.
Not
This is
sure.
a flight to Newark, Spain. What?
Well,
There's a Newark in Spain?
No, well, so a couple of people from our flight got on that flight to Newark, and somebody said, this is going to Newark, New Jersey, right? Like,
right.
Just confirm it.
Right, yeah.
And they were like, yeah, we are.
So once you start bumping luggage around like that, that's going to cause an issue.
And I could follow my luggage on the app, and it said it was boarded onto this plane in Chicago, and then it was taken off the plane in Chicago, and then it was. So now my flight to Philadelphia is canceled. So all American sees is that I'm not going to Philadelphia anymore, and that I go to Newark. Well, I'm not going to wait in Newark for my luggage. God knows when it's going to get there. So, of course, Marissa and I leave. We took an Uber then to Philadelphia, and my luggage arrives in Newark and was sitting at baggage claim for hours.
You took an Uber from Newark?
We took an Uber
and
from...
what did that run?
Well, so initially, Marissa looked at me and she goes, do you want to take the train? And I was like, I mean, I guess. Why? Why can't we do Uber? And she goes, because it's $400.
Wow.
But I think it was because we landed and there were a few people on our flight, or maybe more than we even knew, that needed to get to Philly. So I think it surged. And so in the end, it was actually cheaper, or right around the same price. Marissa was
What she would have paid to take the train.
To take the train into Philadelphia. So it dropped.
And as obviously we have a little thing starting this week, so you want to get back at home in time to prep for it.
And I'll tell you what, like, we didn't do anything other than like wait and like go from gate to gate and try to figure out how we were getting back, sit in the Uber for an hour and a half. But I was exhausted on Saturday night.
Totally, man. It screws with your mind. Did the thought ever occur to you to take an Uber from Chicago to Philadelphia?
Yeah, it did for a minute.
I remember a few years ago, Case, you drove home from Boston because you had some flight issues. So, Chicago's a bit of a stretch, but I'm sure, that thought would cross your mind at some point.
You've got to get someplace.
Yeah.
You'll do anything. Now, mind you, if it's cost prohibitive and you just simply can't do it,
right?
But did you ever consider hitchhiking?
What time did you get home? What time did you actually walk through the doors of your house?
I think maybe 8:30 ish.
Okay, so a little less than...
Because we had to drop Marissa off.
By the way, I saw your house from my window on my plane.
You're like, she wishes she was there.
I did, and I meant to take a picture of it, but you can follow, because when you're flying in, I saw the Limerick Towers, and so because I saw that, I was able to follow all the highways and stuff, and I know where you live.
And she has her name written on the roof. Yeah.
Well, mind you, we were supposed to be in Philadelphia at 2:30. That was when we were supposed to be home, and I did it that way because we had something to do on Saturday night, and I thought, there's going to be Halloween parties. I'll take Jace to, whatever.
It's such an energy suck when you're trying to get somewhere, and you're the most energy-sucking day of my life was the return from the
Cardboard Classic?
Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
When a
That was
trip
12
that's
hours.
an hour and a half that
Yeah.
took 8.5, 9 hours driving back. And because you're constantly you're playing a game of like travel Tetris. Which road do I take? How do I get? And you're just constantly thinking, and you don't realize how tired you're getting.
Well, and it's stressful too. Like it was stressful. I was like, we need to get home. We've got camp out. We have Halloween. I want to go trick or treating with Jace. Then the luggage is missing, and like the fact that they were. Not only were they not helpful, they were outright rude.
Really?
Some of the gate Preston, the gate agent at your gate.
Suck it.
Marissa looked at me and she goes, she does not want to help us. We need to go to a different gate and ask somebody else for help. And then when they called me about my baggage, now this was also a third party. This wasn't American, but the guy, legitimately was angry that I was asking questions about where my luggage was. He goes, I just called to tell you that it hasn't left yet because we don't have a driver for it. And I'm like, okay, but can you give me, is it coming?
Well, that sucks because I was going to remark that at one point I thought the travel to and from Chicago couldn't have gone better.
I'm glad you had a good trip.
It's such an easy city to get to. There's so many direct flights. I flew into Midway for the first time and I'd always flown into O'Hare, and getting from Midway to downtown Chicago was super easy. So
we know you could have chosen a number of different carriers today. Why did you choose us?
You did a different airline, though.
I
right?
did. I flew Southwest, yeah, and
they were the ones that were having problems.
I know, and it couldn't have gone easier.
So if you are traveling, as a word of advice, you start to come up in a couple of weeks to one of the biggest travel days of the year with all this stuff going on, you might want to have fallback plans or let Uber know that you're leaving to L.A.
No. And the employees, the pilot was like, they don't know where the pilots are. And he said, because he was standing with a flight crew as well, and he said, these flight attendants have offered, they were just trying to get to Philly. They weren't working, but they were supposed to be on our
Did they have how to fly a 737 for dummies?
No, listen. So he said, he goes, they have offered to work. He said, the problem is that there's only 3 of them, and they need 4 for the plane to take off. He said, and I fly an Airbus. Otherwise, I would offer. He said, I'm not qualified to fly that plane.
I think we were on a 737, and he wasn't.
Yeah,
for that
when
aircraft.
a guy who looks like Randy Quaid from Independence Day shows up, Preston.
So, Steve, I forgot to tell you, this is a side. This is a different story from travel. But when we got there on Wednesday night, me and Preston and Kathy and our wives and everybody, we met at Lou Malnati's, a deep dish pizza place. And Kathy went to a different Lou Malnati's, which is on the same street, but about 2 miles down.
I texted him. I said, the one on Rush Street? He goes, yeah.
Yeah. It was State Street. Rush Street was where.
So Kathy's sitting with a bunch of Russian businessmen.
But, I sent her the actual address of where we were, but it doesn't matter. But so Kathy was going to walk down, and then somebody had said, listen, apparently, Chicago's been in the news. It hasn't been, it's been a little bit rough there.
It's a ton of crime,
It's a ton of crime, not very safe. So long story short, we get done our dinner, and I keep hearing about how unsafe Chicago is, right? We walk outside to get to our Uber, and we're just standing there, and I see this guy walk past us in a prison jumpsuit.
In an orange jumpsuit.
And I was like, what the frig? And he walks past, and then somebody goes,
I just escaped.
Yeah. Somebody goes, it's Halloween. I go, oh.
Oh, my God. We all looked at him
I was like, oh, my God, this place is so unsafe. Get me inside now.
Why aren't they arresting Freddy Krueger? They know what he's done.
It was the brightest orange jumpsuit you'd ever seen.
Well, listen, there are more stories from the event, but we've got to move along. It was a great time, and we're honored to be in the Radio Hall of Fame now. So
it's awesome.
It was a really cool event. If you want to go,
thanks to you. Thanks to you guys.
You can go to PrestonandSteve.com, and on YouTube there are videos of our acceptance speeches and the Rob McElhenney speech and all that stuff, and we have it on our socials as well. So if you want to check that out, certainly go right ahead. But before we move on, we want to welcome a guest to our microphone. She is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of Phil Abundance. Ladies and gentlemen, Lori Jones.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Lori. It's lovely to see you.
It's great to see you guys, and congratulations on that incredible honor. You make us all proud. Congratulations.
Likewise.
Well, you guys do the real work. You do the work. You feed people and help people out who might be living just barely able to feed themselves, and it's an amazing job that you do, and we're excited. We love doing this event. It is so much fun for us, but the underlying message is the important thing, and that is helping out your fellow friends and family members here in the Delaware Valley. So how are things at Phil Abundance? We'll just check in to see how you guys are doing.
You know, Phil Abundance, we're doing well because of this incredible event. Yesterday we had Fill a Trunk. This week we have Camp Out. And the reality is, you all really, your listeners are really the wind beneath our wings. You give us, you encourage us, you provide us with the support, you empower us to do this work. Because as you know, sadly, people across our region today are deciding, do I pay my rent or do I buy food? But because of you, we're able to make sure that they have food.
It's a tragic thing. And for some reason, again, obviously, last year and the year before we were talking about it, obviously with the massive amount of volatility that's just going on all around and in multiple different ways, Philadelphia still floats in that tragic situation where there are a lot of food insecure people. As you said, what do I do? Do I heat my home or do I buy food? And that should not be. The great news is we found out every year, including last year where we thought we were going to get our asses kicked, is that people are incredibly generous regardless. And that's a wonderful thing, and we're hoping for more of that this time around.
That's exactly right. If I can say, in the city of Philadelphia, 1 in 5 people are food insecure. But even in our counties, you have like 10 and 13% food insecurity in Delaware County and Camden County. But because of your listeners, because of the food and funds you donate, they're able to go to a pantry and get food. So, but for that, I can't imagine what things would be like in our area.
The way you guys handle, and Preston, going back, we used to have years ago, we dealt with a group that was good, but they didn't have the wherewithal or the mobilization that you guys have to target what kind of food, healthy food options, to be able to process through in a way fresh food. It's not something that we're doing here, but the money can be used to purchase that. All of that has made a huge difference to everyone in the area.
Hey, Lori, I have a question. What do you say to people who might be hesitant to take a helping hand, to go ahead and reach out and find these areas where they can get assistance? What would you say to them?
I would say we make sure that we provide food in a dignified way. And the reality is, we all know somebody. There's somebody in our family. There's some restaurant that closed, and those food workers. We know people who are food insecure. They're just like you and me. And so if they need help this month, next month they can help someone else. So we definitely provide it in a dignified way. There's no shame in this. We try to make sure there's no stigma.
Yes.
The reality is we all need a helping hand at some point in our lives, right?
Absolutely.
Preston, the dignified thing figures, and we've talked about this, is that listen, we've seen many times the person who's needed to use food from Phil Abundance gets back up on their feet and then is here donating or working. So
year after year.
Remember that,
Yep.
that there are other people who've been in your boat who know exactly what you're going through. There's no shame, as you said. There are a lot of people who legitimately want to help you get back up on your feet and feed your family and feed yourself.
That's right.
Excellent. Well, Lori, we're happy to do this. We're excited as to what the week is going to yield. Last year was a huge year.
It was a big year last year.
We're hoping for something again like that.
I think we're going to break records.
Oh, so
Thank you so much. We love you. We appreciate everything you're doing. We brought a couple little gifts for you all, and we will be here on Friday to hear how generous our listeners were this year. Right?
Yes,
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Phil Abundance CEO Lori Jones. Love it. I want to point out real quick, our hourly spotlight this hour is sponsored by Bimbo Bakeries USA, not USO.
That's okay.
Helps the military, and they do as well, but USA.
They help my military, the chocolate chip division.
A proud supporter of Phil Abundance and the sponsor of our Camp Out for Hunger games and broadcast tent, which is no little thing, by the way.
Love Bimbo.
We do, so thank you guys so much. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We'll get to an announcement I was going to get to a little while ago and we never got to. Bizarre File is on the way. We got some people here in the tent. You can come and join them. We'll be right back. Wells Fargo Center parking lot, Xfinity Live.
Was making fun of him, and it was really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is that?
It feels so good.
Right. Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout.
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There are a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh, man.
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, you know, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
There was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or a
good,
snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
Had a snookle.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it for
Do you
me,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have Snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like Snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified or to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snookle.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl, or cat food for your stray cats, and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Lean back, way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like a warm zone or something.
A warm zone.
They call those.
That's what I
There's
call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these cavernous, like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical.
So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F. No. Like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bedbug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is clean.
was ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. We were ready to set up shop somewhere else.
100%. If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really?
Oh my God. So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs, just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen. Yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around.
yeah,
Back up.
Mush, mush.
For a ride.
I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the bed bug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Yeah, good dog, good dog. Good dog. Yeah. I love being out here in the open range. Yeah.
Let's see here. As Godzilla vs. Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one,
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Mm-hmm. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only we know
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla
Definitely
could.
not.
No, he's more.
Yeah.
He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't
We
say-
know it. He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right. But
it'd be the size of a
proportionally
VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
There could be something like that. We'll have to see. It's fun. Stopping by today, Beats and Eats. The food and music event is taking place tonight at the Fillmore. We have director Zack Snyder on. We have director Adam McKay joining us. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
For this Monday morning. I love that. And I want to thank Wawa, by the way, because they have provided some food for volunteer and staff. And Wawa and 2SP joined Camp Out for Hunger and are brewing good for Phil Abundance. You can see what's on tap when the Brewers join Preston and Steve this Wednesday at 8 a.m. So we'll see what that's all about on Wednesday. But nonetheless, a lot of people think, okay, so before we get to Bizarre File, real quick, we're going to make an announcement. We're going to do that now?
Yeah.
We'll do that now. All right, so this is actually a second announcement of sorts that is taking place because, ladies and gentlemen, Friday, December 31st, also known as New Year's Eve, we are happy to announce a late show with Bert Kreischer at the Met.
Holy hell.
So, he was already doing a show earlier in the evening. I don't know what time that is off the top of my head. I assume it's like a 7:30 show or something like that. But now there will be a 10 p.m. late show at the Met, and tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com. And guess what? Bert Kreischer is going to be joining us this week. Is it Wednesday that he's going to be on?
I believe it's Friday.
Oh, okay. So we'll talk to Birdie Boy on Friday. So once again, a late show. New Year's Eve with Bert Kreischer. Can you imagine?
And listen, he's on fire these days with all of his projects, his movies, his show. Richie deserved, man. The guy is just awesome.
Yep. So hopefully you heard that. I have no idea what our levels are doing that are going out on the radio. I'm getting a variety of text messages.
They
So
just heard a lovely fanfare.
maybe that was all they heard. I don't know. But Bert Kreischer, Friday, December 31st, New Year's Eve, a late show added 10 p.m. at the Met, and tickets on sale Friday. at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster.com. Okay, let's do the Bizarre File. Jason, if you will, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, and the Bizarre File always has a fine sponsor to mention, and that fine sponsor is DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. We'll start with this. A resident of a high-rise condominium in Thailand actually cut the support rope for two painters.
Oh, no.
Apparently angry that she wasn't told that they would be doing work. She left them hanging above the 26th floor until a couple rescued them.
That's attempted murder.
And that's the charge that she's facing, Steve. Attempted murder and property destruction. They didn't say what prompted the suspect to cut the rope, but Thai media reported that she was apparently frustrated when the workers appeared outside of her room and hadn't seen an announcement by the condo that they would be doing
Don't
work.
you do that.
A video clip on social media showed two painters asking the residents on the 26th floor to open the window and let them in. One of the painters, a Myanmar national named Song, told the Thai media that he and his two friends had lowered themselves to the 32nd floor to repair a crack on the building. When they reached the 30th floor, he felt that the rope was heavier, and when he looked down, he saw someone on the 21st floor open a window and cut the rope.
That's insane.
He tried asking for help from other units, but nobody was in. The third colleague continued to support them from the top floor, and then Prafawain Setsing, the resident who saved them, said that her British husband noticed one painter signaling for help, called her to talk to them, and they let him in. The management of the condo accompanied the painters to report the incident to the police. The 34-year-old woman at first denied responsibility, but they actually had severed the rope and got a fingerprint and DNA analysis.
So if you're one of those guys, wouldn't the first thing you would do would be to march down to that woman's apartment and beat the hell out of her?
Yeah. I think it'd be a pretty good idea. All right, a man in Wyoming allegedly tried getting out of a drunk driving charge by claiming that his 4-year-old son was driving the vehicle.
He's not a good driver, I told him.
Sheriff's deputies pulled the 39-year-old man over on Saturday. They were responding to a report that he had been fighting with a woman. The man had driven off by the time deputies arrived, but they caught up with him and his two sons, who were 4 and 15 years old, in his pickup truck.
Well, he promised him that if he finished his applesauce, he could drive.
The man said that his 4-year-old son was sitting on his lap and was the one driving, Sheriff's officials said, and they say the man refused field sobriety and breath tests. Deputies arrested him on suspicion of driving under the influence, violating probation, and driving without a required device on his vehicle used to detect alcohol.
Okay, so I'm not familiar with all the laws, but are 4-year-olds allowed to drive legally?
In Wyoming, it's questionable. I'm not sure. The superintendent of an eastern Kentucky school district said appropriate disciplinary action has been taken after photos surfaced showing students giving lap dances to staff as part of Hazard High School's Homecoming Week festivities.
Man, homecoming's got a lot cooler.
During Homecoming Week, the festivities, students and staff took part in a man pageant and costume day on Tuesday.
Wow.
Photos that were subsequently taken down from the athletic department's Facebook page showed students in underclothing giving lap dances to faculty and staff, including Hazard High School principal Donald Happy Mobilini.
And Preston, they turned the teacher's lounge into the champagne room.
Who is also the mayor of Perry County City.
Sounds like a hell of a town.
Other photos on the athletics page that were later taken down showed female students dressed up in Hooters outfits, as well as students and staff appearing to paddle one another.
The biggest thing we had was Pizza Fridays.
A spokesperson said in a statement that the district had handed down a punishment or punishments, but is not allowed to disclose any further information regarding the specifics of the discipline because it is a, quote, personal matter.
Yeah, I'd say so.
All right, we'll do one more. A German electrician went on trial Thursday accused of murder in the death of one man and mutilating several others by performing illegal operations on their genitals. The 66-year-old told a regional court in Munich that he performed the procedures at the men's request.
Would you operate on my penis? Well, I do roofing, but I'll give it a shot.
The defendant, whose name wasn't released for privacy reasons, claimed he had initially offered sexual services on sadomasochistic websites in order to earn money to pay off debts.
You've had a number of stories like this, Preston, and about 80% of them come out of Germany.
Later, the man allegedly expanded his repertoire by performing operations on his kitchen table. Telling his victims that he was a trained medical professional. The defendant told the court that he castrated or partially amputated the genitals of 8 men between July 2018 and March 2020.
Hand me that zester.
But he denied responsibility for the death of one man who died several days after the defendant performed a procedure on him.
God almighty!
Prosecutors have charged the defendant with murder for failing to call for help in the case of the man who died and with serious and dangerous bodily harm.
Do you notice women don't do this? Like there's never somebody doing a hysterectomy on a kitchen table.
No, not that I've seen as of yet.
Yes.
But the bizarre file is still young.
We did have that woman who was doing the butt implants. Remember?
Yes.
At the hotel?
And killed somebody.
And listen, there's been a number of those too.
Yeah.
Insane. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to announce this morning. I have 2 names here, Casey. Who am I going to here?
Both. I mean, we have the
They're both here? Oh, they're both here.
Right there.
All right, please. I didn't see you sitting there. I'm sorry. Please welcome our friends, ladies and gentlemen, a huge partnership that has made Camp Out for Hunger go into the stratosphere as donations go. Is our friends from Acme Markets. And we are excited to welcome, excited to welcome this morning El Presidente. Thank you. Jim Perkins. And also the Communications and Public Affairs Manager. Do we have Communications and Public Affairs Manager music?
How about Doogie Howser?
Oh, there we go. We'll go with this. Please welcome Dana Ward. Jim, good morning, sir.
How are we doing, guys?
Wonderful. Dana, how are you? Wonderful. Thank you so much. And so, listen, we wanted to do, I think, Jim, we're doing kind of a check-in because we had the Head Start program, which we did the past few years. Last year was just incredible. Just we couldn't believe how it went monetarily because in the past we've done people could drop by and pick up food donations and do it that way. And then we started to take the money route last year, and it took it to a whole nother level. So we're excited about the whole partnership. Before we hear totals and so on, how did it feel going into this event this year?
You know, real good. You know, it was amazing. I think we've been doing this 10 years with you.
Yeah.
I've been doing this 9 years with you. I mean, I'm getting old. So
join the club.
So, but you know, very, very proud to be here today. We love partnering with you. A lot of unprecedented need this year, as you can imagine. With not only are we hearing about food shortages, but people really with work and so forth, and lots of hunger out there. So we're glad we can help. You know, last year we raised $1.3 million. I think that was a record that we set last year for turkey dinners, Fill Abundance, food banks, pantries, and schools. And, you know, we just really want to strive hard and partner with you to eliminate food hunger. And that's really your goal and our goal. And this year, you know, with giving at the register, we're able to give some grocery cards out so people can shop with dignity and get what they want, fresh vegetables or maybe a turkey, baby formula, baby food, whatever they may need. And so they're going to be able to come in and do that. So, you know, like last year, we really wish we had our food store here, but we couldn't because of COVID. But as soon as we can get back, we will. And like before, we want Dana has the number. But before we do that, I know you guys just received a recent award, and I think Dana has a gift, the National Radio Hall of Fame. How awesome is that? Awesome. So I think Dana brought a little, I don't know if you can do it while you're working, but you can enjoy it
I mean,
afterwards.
I know it's early, but you can put some orange juice in it. So just some Prosecco. You know, from our Acme team, we're so proud of you guys. So congratulations.
Thank you. My wife is very thrilled because now you've got the liquor at the Mermaid Acme location, Mermaid Lane. So we're very happy. It's very cool. So thank you. That's very nice.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, I think we're going to remodel a little Fifth and Pine. We'll have beer and wine at the end of the year. Then they'll only leave us one store. I have beer and wine now in every store. So it's good. So we're glad we could bring one to you.
May I mention something? Because Acme's, you know, we're big Acme fans, and that's where I go all the time. And thinking about, we had opportunity with the National Radio Hall of Fame to start talking about the year and working through, plus, you know, the beginning of COVID and all that stuff. And at the stores, the people that were, you know, especially like the one I was going to, I'd see the people, regardless, unloading. food on the shelves, working around. No one knew what was going on at the beginning of this, but they were all in there doing it around the clock, making sure that the shelves were stocked, all that stuff. It's an amazing thing to see how you guys as a company stepped up, because we didn't know, everyone's like, what's going to happen? But the store was running, and there was food there to be had, and it was a great comfort to the neighborhood, and in multiple neighborhoods, wherever the Acme stores were. I'm sure you guys, had to pull out every stop you could, but thank you so much for what you did throughout this 18 months plus. It made a difference.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Our people have worked extremely hard. In fact, we were recognized by the New Jersey Food Council for being the best in-stock grocery store in the Mid-Atlantic. And, we've worked tirelessly on getting product from all over, or wherever we can get it to put on the shelves. And our people have worked extremely hard, lots of overtime and missing days off to make people keep food on the shelf. It's a real issue out there. And just trying to get food for everybody, it's a lot of work today.
Well, you can tell your commitment.
Yeah, appreciate it.
All right, so I think we're going to find out a couple of things now, right?
Yes,
I think
we
we're
are.
going to see how we're doing so far with the Head Start, and then we have a little bit of information on that's going to be passed along, correct?
Yeah, so are you guys ready?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We're ready. I got my bell and everything.
All right. So we are 31 days into our Camp Out Head Start program, and as of this morning, we have $700,000 in the tank.
Wow. Wow to the double wow. So 700,000, and then we have this week still yet to go, right?
We actually have the whole month.
Preston.
And that's the other announcement.
I thought we announced that last month. My apologies.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to let them announce that. It's all good.
Yeah, so you can still go into the Acme through November 24th and donate at the register, and everything will go towards Camp
Do you know
Out
why that's so critically important? Is because obviously a lot of people will be doing extra food shopping leading up to Thanksgiving, and that is the brass ring here. So that, that we're at where we are right now bodes well. But again, as you've heard our friends from Philabundance say, this is the event that is sort of the foundational event that is a requisite to make sure people are eating. So every time I go in, I donate. It's so easy. Just keep it going. Let's make this. We never set goals, but we would like to at least equal, if we can, last year, and go past would be wonderful. So it's right there for the taking, and the mechanism you guys put in place is so brilliant and so generous, and we can't thank you enough.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, let's have mimosas. How about that?
Ready?
I think that's a good idea. No, like Steve said it all. So a thank you to your entire staff and all the efforts that have been put into this.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Give generously when you're in store, and there's lots of need out there. So thanks a lot for having us on, and thanks for donating at the Acme.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. Let's get Jim and Dana. Acme, and let's keep that momentum going this week. Okay?
Absolutely.
It will continue after Camp Out, but we're going to get a total at the end of this week and kind of put that in as here's what we got at Camp Out for Hunger this year. So I still want to get that way up there.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
This is incredibly encouraging. But Preston, to have this all the way through to Thanksgiving and to have what we're going to do this week, the sky's the limit.
Yep. All right, come by and see us. By the way, speaking of the sky, it is crystal clear blue. It is a beautiful morning. It's going to be, weather-wise, it's going to be the best day of the week. So we'd love to have you here for it.
Do you think this is the nicest first day of Camp Out we've ever had?
It may be.
It's one of them.
Yeah,
it's spectacular. So it's 60 degrees today, sunshine. We got carnival rides from Skelly's out here. We're going to have you ride Pharaoh's Fury.
Pharaoh.
We haven't had Pharaoh's Fury here in 7-8 years. I don't know how long it's been. What?
That was our gang, the Pharaohs.
That was
remember?
the Pharaohs from American Graffiti. Yeah. And we also have the can drop, and we're going to fire that up in just a little bit. Yes, Marissa Magnotta coming over to the microphone.
Yes, surprises happening all over the place. The 103rd Engineering Battalion of the Army National Guard just marched here from University City.
I love it. Are they going to pop in and say hi?
Well, they can if you'd like.
I would love to, because I just saw them as we were talking to Jim and Dana. I could see them in the background. I saw all these fatigues going by, and I'm like, that's awesome. So, all right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. We're scheduled to have Robert Irvine and friends for Beats and Eats, the food and music event tonight at the Fillmore. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a second. Camp Out for Hunger, Wells Fargo Center parking lot on MMR. All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
and how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You think I would want to cross? I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow. Just,
you want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so?
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside.
Yeah.
The trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah. The rival storm chasers.
Yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say, those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real. And he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was definitely...
What I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh, my God.
I wonder if my brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
And I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh my God! I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
In here, I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or that it's their.
I don't even get why we're talking about it.
It's the 25th anniversary.
Because those tornadoes were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It
was real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real.
Those tornadoes were real."
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist.
It's a twist. Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was real. Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I can't believe I never took
You've never. I've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on
And he
him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies
from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
No, what's this?
I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people like take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be. Might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
This is that's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted #1 in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
Hi,
a.
we're Warren. We were in town. We want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine to see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We buy gold. Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, and you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called Piece of Meat.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's. Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer
from
the
now on.
goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone. Great food. Answer the goddamn phone. Open all night.
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the Barbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant.
Baby steps.
But you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited.
Guy in the back corner of the room who looks like he's standing on the front of the Titanic because his hair is whipping.
Yeah.
That's you. No, stand up there. Put your arms out like you're king of the world. No, your hair was flying everywhere. It looked really cool, man. It looked like you were on the deck of the Titanic. There you go.
There you go.
You look great. So we're nice and comfy in this tent, but it's beautiful outside.
It is, yes.
60 degrees.
Really solid weather, sunny, beautiful, gorgeous.
Oh, man. And speaking of gorgeous, our next guest is ready to go.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's a hell of a man, is he not?
He's a sex panther.
We have been... Wow. We have been hanging out with this guy for ages and are just delighted to have him back anytime that he's got time, especially when he's in Philly, which is like a second home to him. Please welcome our friend, celebrity chef Robert Irvine to the program.
Hey, listen, you just said I was sexy.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
And with him, if you are familiar with the Food Network, which a lot of us are because it's so awesome, then you know this guy from Chopped. Please welcome Chef Mark Murphy. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, very well.
Nice to see you,
Am
man.
I talking into this thing?
I think you can do both if you want. I know. So we've got these headsets hooked up to these guys. We're going to play a game with them a little bit later on. But yeah, move it, get close to that mic and use that. I think that's going to be our better bet.
Well, we figured they'd be our optimum lab rats for our first game here.
There you go.
Yeah, what are we? there was a little explanation going on, but I'm a little worried.
Don't worry.
That's all we need.
The less you know, the better.
You know, there's some reason I don't like hanging out with Robert Irvine.
Yeah. You get hurt.
He always
And
gets
drunk.
he always gets me in trouble.
You get hurt and drunk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it.
Normally hurt first, drunk after.
Well, shouldn't it be drunk first and then the pain?
No.
Oh, no.
No. I like
the
to
way
see him
you-
suffer.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Here we go.
Tonight is the Beats and Eats. It's a food and music event. This is the fourth one you've done in Philly,
Yep.
right, Robert?
Yes, it's going to be really exciting.
So this will be at the Fillmore and loads of restaurants and chefs, right?
Yep, a lot of chefs, a lot of music, and all the money goes to our charity, Robert Irvine Foundation. So,
Which is great. And how good does it feel to be back doing these events?
it's like you guys, right? Camp Out for Hunger. When you come out, you can really make a difference. And you've been doing this for first of all, congratulations, Hall of Famers.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Wow. Last week, right?
Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah, went to Chicago National Radio Hall of Fame. We are now in it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
Can I have
pretty
your
cool.
autograph?
Sure. Hang on afterwards. They're only just $10 each, right, Preston?
Yeah, I think that's what the going price is right now. But no, listen, we're excited that you're in town for this event that's taking place, and what wonderful work the Robert Irvine Foundation does. But also, you had mentioned like Questlove is going to be there tonight. So this is a full you eat.
Mark Roberge.
Yeah, have some great music and the whole deal.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Listen, getting people, Jen Carroll from Philly, amazing chef. Mark Murphy's going to attempt to cook tonight.
Here we go.
Some people.
Here we go.
But yeah, we got 400 people. I think we got 6 tickets left. That's it.
6
Yeah.
That's
That's
it.
amazing.
So,
6 lucky people can come here and run his mouth too. It'd be great.
Mark, so you're involved also in Feeding America, correct?
Well, I work with Share Our Strength, No Kid Hungry, and I'm also on the board of City Harvest in Manhattan. I live in Manhattan.
Okay.
And City Harvest is a great food rescue program. Obviously, doing great work like you guys are doing as well down here, feeding people that need it. Yeah.
It's so. When we initially wanted to, when this show first began, our first year together, we wanted to do a charity event that we thought would really have an impact. And the way we wanted to think of something that was primal, something that absolutely was necessary. And immediately we went to a food-based program to kind of get things going. And over the years, it started very, very small, and we're crawling back to what we normally are. You see this group of people here. I'm so glad are here this morning. Normally, it's a giant tent, even bigger than this, jam-packed and full, but we're working our way back from COVID. But the generosity that you see from people when you ask them to reach out is amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing. And, as a chef, we feed people, right? And then we think of people that don't have food. It's just ridiculous in this country that this is actually happening. And we're here to help. And it makes me feel good. Actually, one of the most amazing moments for me was on social media. I got reached out to. I'm on the board of City Harvest, and somebody said, thank you so much for what you do, because I used to need City Harvest to sort of get to my next level, and now I pulled myself up by my bootstraps, and now I donate to City Harvest. And it was great to see that, because it's like some people just need they need a handout for a little bit to get back to where they need to be, and this is it's a great thing.
Mark, you raise a good point, because that's something we talk about all the time, which is, people who are embarrassed or feel like, oh, how did I end up in this situation? You are one of thousands and thousands and thousands of people who go through it, and so many is the time we've had the occasion where someone, and we talked about this earlier, was a recipient of food from Phil Abundance. Next year is on their feet and is down here helping. It's the process, and a lot of times it's the grassroots effort like Phil Abundance, like this, that really gets it done, like what Robert does. Just roll up your sleeves and do it, and that's where you see people who don't have a lot who show up and donate. It's the most amazing, humbling thing. That makes a difference.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
It's wonderful. Mark, by the way, being on Chopped, Robert, have you ever been asked to be on that show?
Yeah, I
and
did
judge?
it. I was knocked out in the second round. I think it was all bullshit. By the way. It was haggis. It was canned haggis.
It's the hardest show on
Robert
television.
believes
that if you whisper the curse, the FCC will allow it.
But wait a minute. It was canned haggis?
Canned haggis, yeah.
And so they're trying to get you to squeeze something out of
Yeah,
something.
it was-
that's really
it's
hard to get.
You might as well serve crap on a plate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I think that's what we said he did.
Oh, I see how this goes.
We had guys in the studio one time eating haggis, and you know, the meat sweats is a real thing. These guys look like they had run a marathon. Their bodies were incapable of digesting that mess.
You know what's great, though, is I feel as though we sort of trick America into learning something. Because when, you know, somebody, a great chef like Robert, comes on the show and cooks with haggis, it's like, people don't know what it is. But now, this is something that exists. I mean, and people eat
it doesn't exist anywhere but in America. We don't do canned haggis anywhere else.
Well, I know, but I mean, people didn't know what haggis was
like
before.
as bad as a crock pot.
Yeah,
there it is.
20 minutes for a crock pot.
I didn't bring it up.
Yes.
By the way, I was watching, I guess it had to have been maybe Thursday afternoon. I was watching Chopped, and it was like a German fair. So it was around Oktoberfest. So they had like sauerkraut. You just talk about canned haggis. It was this other, I don't even know what it was, but it was this other lunch meaty type of thing. And I was really, they made everything look great. And what you guys are able to do, and Preston, you have a trained chef in your family. I believe it's your wife's, is it cousin?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
So
there are a couple of chefs in my family. Yes,
okay,
he's a private chef.
He's done this thing where he basically just opens your cupboard and goes, okay, I'm just going to make I'm not planning anything. I'm just going to make whatever you have. And so the fact that you guys were able to do that, like, I'm blown away.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, that's where some people, they got their kids coming home from school, and it's like, oh, I got to put something on the table in a half hour, and people got to eat. I mean, I think this show sort of inspires people that, you can do it. And, it's sometimes it's not so great, and sometimes it's great. But, you got to feed yourself.
That's how the potato chip sandwich was born, right, Preston?
Absolutely.
Robert, maybe if you used a crock pot, you wouldn't have got booted off the show.
Yeah, probably right. Probably right. I think it was just them, actually.
Oh, okay.
I think it was him trying to, like...
I don't think I was there.
Yeah, you were.
You were taken out.
Oh, I was.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. It was probably when probably one of the first times I met you. It was literally like 12 years ago or something.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
It's the last time I did it.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, it's a tough show. It's real. That basket opens up. And I've competed a lot before because they make us do it as well.
Yep.
And that's when I usually try to call out sick, but that doesn't work. They make me go and do it. And you open that thing up, and you literally, by the time they reset the cameras, you've got maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes to think of what you're going to make in 20 minutes or a half hour. And it's really, it's pretty daunting.
That's why it's so compelling. I mean, because that's it.
My favorite is when you get these guys that are real. I've been watching this show for 10 years. I know what I'm doing. They get up there. They're like, I got this. Yeah. And then after the 20 minutes goes by, they're standing in front of you sweating, going, oh, my God, it's much harder than when I watch it on television. I'm like, just like football. You watch football. Why didn't he catch that? Yeah. Well, it's a little more difficult than you think.
Yeah, I made haggis pudding. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Robert, how's your booze doing over at Boardroom Spirits now, Robert Irvine?
It's doing great. We're in about 40 states right now.
Excellent.
So it's doing pretty good. And I just give you those bars.
Yes.
So the reason I give you that bar is because it's for Susan G. Komen. For a year, we made a strawberry strudel bar, and the money goes to Susan G. Komen for a year. So
excellent.
It's pretty cool.
You're tied into so much stuff, and Marissa handed us a sheet about the Hell or High Seas initiative, which you're doing. What's going on there?
So that was we talk about post-traumatic stress in the military, and I met this Navy swimmer, 6-year Navy swimmer, put a Glock to his head, tried to kill himself, didn't go off, decided he wanted to sail around Cape Horn, never sailed before.
Right.
Bought a boat, fixed it up on YouTube, then sailed around Cape Horn. So it's a documentary about that and how it's helping amazing folks. So it's really special.
Very inspiring.
We have a viewing here on
Veterans Day.
Veterans Day.
Yeah,
excellent. So.
And the screening is going to be at the Kimmel Center.
Kimmel Center.
Yep.
Yeah, tickets available. It's a free ticket. notes.
Yeah, notes right there. And 6 tickets left for the event
Yes,
tonight.
yeah.
So we do know that. But here's what we want to do. We want to thank you guys for coming by here today. And Robert, for your support over the years. You know, there's a mutual respect that we have with you, obviously. And
Hey, hang on a minute. Hey, come here.
Oh, wait.
Mason, where's my jacket?
Signaling someone.
All right.
What's this? What you got?
Oh,
His
he's
jacket.
going to reach in his jacket.
It's a pistol. No.
All right, he's got a piece of paper. Oh, it looks like it might be a check. Let me take a look here. Oh, my God. Robert Irvine just handed me a check for $10,000.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, hang on. There you go.
Thank you.
$10 grand.
$1,000.
That is awesome.
You guys do so much amazing stuff. You've always supported me, and I love Phil Abundance. I love what you do here. And 1.7 million, I think, was the last time you raised, right?
Right.
Let's see if we can make more money, right?
Yes, we're all for that. Robert, that's amazing. Thank you so much.
I'm speechless. That's amazing. Thank you so much, man.
So,
we love
Mark,
you guys.
we're waiting for you.
I had no idea this was happening. I had no idea this was happening, but I would love, you should probably tell your viewers maybe like Thursday to make sure that check clears.
Oh, by the way, they're listeners, not viewers. You dummy.
We'll let them slide. All right, so here's what we're going to do.
At least I'm not swearing.
We are going to play a contest with you guys. It's called the Drop Quiz. We're going to do a food version of it. So, Marissa over here is going to take you guys outside. We're going to talk to somebody else while you're headed out there.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Yes.
We're going to be dropping?
Yes.
You're going to be dropping.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
Stop being a crybaby.
You're going to need a diaper, I think.
All right, get out of here. Let's hear it.
All right.
Robert Irvine and Mark Murphy.
10 grand. That's so cool.
We're going to get them back on the air in just a moment, make sure their mics are off as they're on their way out. And then Marissa, I think we're going to have, and we're having our microphones cleaned up. Yes, we're keeping everything nice and sterile and clean and safe as we are doing the Camp Out for Hunger. All the headphones and microphones are being wiped down in between guests, which should be done anyway, don't you think?
Well, it killed me like about 8 months into the pandemic when they said, hey, we're going to start cleaning out the subway cars in New York. What? That's something that just occurred to you?
We're going to start washing our hands.
Yeah.
How about that?
Also, are we on fire? What does that smell?
It's from the cannons, the confetti cannons.
Yeah, they're gas powered.
Kathy, nice face. All right.
Right.
It smells
I guess it's for charity.
Well, I guess it uses gunpowder or something. I'm not really sure. All right, so we would like to welcome a gentleman to our microphones. We just had a group come jogging in fatigues and a big flag and their rucksacks full. And I don't have your name. It is, sir?
Lieutenant Colonel Joe Martinkus.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Joe Martinkus. Thank you for being here. And you are with the United States Army Reserves?
We're with the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
Army National Guard. Excellent. Well, thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate it. This is, all right, now I got my information, the 103rd Engineering Battalion, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what is your guys' job in the military?
We are enablers, provide enabler support to this 56th Striker Brigade combat team of the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
That sounds very impressive. I caught a couple of words, but the rest of it I kind of missed.
Well, I'm glad you know what you're doing because I'm sure we need it.
Yeah, we build stuff and blow stuff up.
There you go. Now that you realize how dumb we are, this is going to work much better.
He knew how to tell us what
Yeah.
he did.
They can dumb it
We
down
make
for you.
things go boom.
Exactly.
Colonel, where are you guys based out of? Where did you come here from?
We're up in University City.
Okay. And you guys hoofed it all the way down here?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And with that, I saw, like I said, the rucksacks. Were they full of food?
Yes, sir. 385 pounds of food.
Hey!
That's excellent. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
And how many members of the 103rd are here with you today?
We have about 22 on ground right now.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. And where did you just ask everyone who could bring in a few cans to do so, or how did that work?
Yes, sir. We put it out to the battalion to volunteer. If they wanted to join us for the road march, they'd come in and bring food in.
Wow, awesome.
I'll tell you something. Every year you guys do this, and it's always impressive. It makes me very proud to see you guys coming in and and doing that extra little thing. It's a great way to kick off the event. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And by the way, did you jog, walk, run? What did you do?
Dance?
Yeah, did you dance all the
Was
way
it
down
like
there?
the beginning of Fame?
We walked fastly.
Walk fast. Okay, fair enough. I love it. Colonel, thank you so much.
Thank
we
you, guys.
appreciate it.
Take care.
Let's hear it for him, guys. 103rd Engineering Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Joe Martinkus. checking in with his group. So I love seeing that. I love any group of people getting together and coming down here en masse. It doesn't matter how much you're bringing. It could be 5 pounds, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. But I just love the group effort of these things.
You raised a good point, Preston. And something that I was saying yesterday is that, and someone was asking about, the large corporations, and obviously Robert Irvine's very generous donation. But remember, if you bring down just a couple of cans, well, people say, does that really matter? It matters to the people who are going to eat that food. It absolutely does. So it's all important.
Most definitely. All right, so we're going to try to go outside. Marissa, are we good to go? We are. All right, so Robert and Mark should be able to hear me. Robert, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can hear you as well.
And we can hear you. All right, excellent. So we need to bring Mark's level up just a little bit if we can.
Okay.
And
for when I scream?
Yep, that's what we want.
I
So,
got
gentlemen, this is how it's going to work. I'm going to explain to our listening audience as well, so bear with me for just a moment. We have Mark and Robert strapped into a ride we call the can drop. Okay, essentially it's a slow-moving harness that goes straight up into the air, goes between 80 and 100 feet up in the air. Now, you can't see how tall this is from the vantage point when you're sitting on the ride, so you don't know where the top is. At any point in time, that mechanism will let go and you will free fall to the ground really, really fast. Now, while these guys are on their way up, I'm going to be asking a series of food trivia questions. When you know the answer, gentlemen, just say the answer out loud. The first person to get it correct will get a point. If you both don't get it, we'll move on to another question. Now, these are easy questions, but them being easy, you are distracted by the fact that you're rising slowly up in the air and you don't know when it's going to drop. When it drops, the game is over. Whoever has the most points is the victor. We may do it twice.
It's quite possible.
3 times.
And I'll tell you this, I have a feeling these guys are very combative, Preston.
I think they might be a little competitive.
Yeah.
All right. Does everybody understand? Robert, do you understand?
I do.
And Mark, you follow?
I've got it.
All right. Excellent. I think we're ready to start. Casey, can I get some music that we can play as we begin the climb? All right, Marissa, let me know. Let me know as soon as you guys start moving. I'll begin.
There's music, too. This is great.
When the ride moves, let me know.
It's okay.
We're ready to go, guys.
It's moving.
All right, here we go. What 2 words were combined to make the word spam?
I do.
Nobody knows the answer. All right, it's spiced ham. Next question. If something is described as rotisserie, what has it been cooked on?
A grill, a rotisserie.
No.
That's what it is. It's a rotisserie.
It's a rotisserie. That's what it's called.
What's that thing in the middle, the pole?
A spit.
A spit. Robert gets 1 point. Let's see. If you ordered an omelet Arnold Benet, what fish would you find in it?
Crab?
No, not crab. It's not a fish.
Oh, fish. Oh, sorry.
Next question. What is the most expensive spice by weight in the world?
Saffron.
Yes, that's correct. Mark got that one. What nutrient comes from meat, eggs, and fish?
Calcium.
No. What did you say, Mark?
Protein.
Protein. Yes, Mark gets it. All right. Where were French fries invented?
France.
Belgium. Oh, that's it. That was terrible.
That was
really bad.
Okay.
All right.
Good. Thank
Stop
you.
the music. All right.
Thank you.
Mark says he loves it.
How many rounds are we going to do? Because
You do 10.
What?
We do 10 rounds and then we reach the quarterfinal.
well, Mark took round 1, 2-1.
All right. By the way,
Mark.
if you order an omelet Arnold Benet,
No idea what he's talking about.
it's haddock that you will find.
Haddock.
there. Yep.
All right.
All right.
And a spit is what we were looking for, a rotisserie.
I got that one. What are you talking about?
Spiced ham.
No, we got it. We gave it to you.
all right. Just checking.
French fries were invented in Belgium, believe it or not. Okay.
I should have known that.
All right, they're gonna reset the game. I'll try to do easier questions for our chefs here.
It's funny because they both, there was virtually an imperceptible grunt as it started to drop. So these are manly men chefs.
This is true. All right, so when it is rigged up, Marissa, if you can give me a thumbs up or some kind of indicator, we will go for round 2.
So we're doing this again.
Oh, we're doing this again, Mark.
But it's actually, we're now doing the strip
All right,
version.
It's moving.
It's
All
moving.
right, it's moving. Here we go. What turns a plain martini into a dirty martini?
Olives.
Yeah, nope, Mark got it. Olive juice. Sailors used to suffer from a horrible illness called
Scurvy. Lack of
Citrus.
it's lack of vitamin C.
All right, there you go. Back vitamin C. Yes. So we give that to Robert. Which is the only food that can never go off or go bad?
A Twinkie.
Salt.
No, it's honey. All right, next. Let's see. What is gelatin made of?
Bones.
Yes, Robert gets that one. What type of food is a peanut?
A legume.
Yes, Mark gets that one. What state would you find gumbo?
Louisiana.
Ooh,
Robert.
All right, which is the only U.S. state that grows coffee beans?
Oh, jeez.
I don't know. Oh, California. They're doing
No.
that stuff. No?
No idea.
Incorrect. It's Hawaii. The state of Georgia is the
They
third.
go. Hey, by the way, they don't boat coffee anymore in Hawaii.
They don't?
No.
They're doing indoor coffee stuff, I think.
In Hawaii, I went to the coffee
Yeah, but
bean fields.
they stopped growing it.
On Kauai.
Listen,
Are they coming to take us out of the...
It had to have been 2 years
he
ago.
wants out. He wants out.
All right, what's the score, Nick?
No, we got one more.
All tied up at 4 apiece.
We're doing one more, dude.
All right, let's do one more.
5 apiece.
Yep.
All right.
All
They
right,
must have more interesting people to interview.
You'd be surprised.
we do, but, so we got to get a winner here. All right, so, Nick, what's the score? I'm sorry?
4-4.
All right, 4-4. All right, this is the tiebreaker.
Let us know when you're going up.
Yep, and then we will begin the questions once again for Drop Quiz, the food version.
We're going up. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
I feel that.
What cheese will you find on a Reuben sandwich?
Swiss.
Yes, Robert gets that one. Where is the only McDonald's in Cuba?
No idea.
Havana?
Guantanamo Bay, sorry.
Oh, shit.
Robert.
Oh, sorry.
All right, here we go. KFC is short for what?
Can't find the chicken.
What did he say?
Can't find the chicken.
Because that's sponsorship.
Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken.
What cheese is the Netherlands famous for making?
Swiss. No.
Gouda.
Yes. Mark got that one. What is a Wiener Schnitzel traditionally made of? Yep, Robert got it. Veal. Borscht is popular soup in Europe.
Poland.
Russian.
Made out of what?
Beets.
Beets. Yeah, Mark gets it. A Chinese gooseberry is more commonly known as what?
Lychee.
Nope.
No? Chinese gooseberry. I don't know.
It's a kiwi. All right. Oh, time's up. That was more of a grunt than a scream.
Wow.
All right. With the total for the food drop quiz, Nick McElwain.
By a final score of 7-6, our winner, Robert Irvine.
Chop this, Mark.
Congratulations, Robert. You finally won something.
I love it. All right, guys, thank you so much. We're going to have to take a break. Let's hear it for Robert Irvine and Mark Murphy. Food version of Drop Quiz and a generous donation this morning to the Camp Out for Hunger. That was incredible.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, guys. All right, listen, we are going to take a break. We are going to come back in just a moment. More of the Camp Out for Hunger, more guests on the way. We got Zach Snyder coming up, Matt O'Donnell, Jessica Boyington, Adam McKay, and more. We'll be right back on MMR. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of things. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September. Yeah. And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction. And people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang Band.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit about that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
The mantle?
Thank you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man. Yeah. He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose. Yeah. But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me. I know.
It's hard though, right?
You know, it's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend, and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of like, you know, having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey, Dave, at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, you know, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, you know, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing and whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, you know, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, you know, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, yeah, we're just coming out of COVID. And yeah, it's been a while since we've been on stage. But we are, ironically, very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. You know, fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, you know, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, you know, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, that evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that? Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was, you know, the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out, this album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, you know, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers. Okay. So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try. You try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just... we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, you know, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. You know, we really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were in vans and we'd pull up to the club and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night. And then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage to get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer. And so just a couple of last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks. You know?
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like, my lower spine cannot handle carrying an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them. That's cool. It's just a weird thing. And, you know, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And you know, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, you know, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, yeah, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL diagnosis, and we dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they work.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks.
Zoom, we're going to welcome our next guest. Steve, what is your favorite thing about him? Is it the movies or that little dimple on his chin?
A little bit of both. I have a big man crush on this guy, but he's become a friend of the show. He's very generous with his time, and he's absolutely one of the most brilliant filmmakers working today.
So many of the great films, 300 and Justice League, and what I think is my favorite superhero movie of all time, Watchmen.
Watchmen is amazing.
But now we're talking about what is available on Netflix, Army of Thieves. Our friend, Mr. Zack Snyder. Welcome him, ladies and gentlemen. Zack, good morning.
Can you guys? Can you hear me? Am I on?
I got you. I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yeah, you sound great.
Awesome. I need to get one of those. I need a real mic. I decided. I see you guys, and I'm like, I clearly am not, 100%. I do enough Zooms and enough, talks that I just rely on my dumb computer.
This cracks me up. Anyway, you are a master filmmaker who makes unbelievable things happen, and you don't have a suitable webcam microphone.
it's really I'm embarrassed. I'll be honest.
You know what I would like to see? Do you remember Prince for a little while had a gold microphone that looked like a gun that he would use?
Oh my God!
I could see Zach using.
I mean, Prince isn't using it. Yeah,
that's badass. That's badass. I'll see it. It's it's $800,000, but I'm going to try and track it down.
Zach, I watched Army of Thieves over the weekend. I loved it. I loved it. It is a, for people who are wondering, it is a standalone, sort of. I mean, it makes reference to a zombie apocalypse that is occurring in the background. The character Dieter from Army of the Dead is in it, if you've seen that, which was a huge hit for Netflix and for you as well. But this is, as we talked, and you were very kind in letting us moderate the panel that you did for the Comic-Con. Matthias and Schweighofer, I hope I'm saying his last name right.
Schweighofer, yes.
Yeah, he is the lead character, and he directs. And man, he is a good director. He
did a great job.
He did a great job. And what did you seen of his before that indicated to you that he'd be ready to do something of this level?
But he had done some series. He did a bunch of stuff in Germany and a series for Amazon, and just really understood this character. I was like, who's going to tell Matthias about Dieter other than him? Like, he really kind of made this guy into something amazing. Yeah. And we tried to, get the release date to coincide with Camp Out for Hunger. So it was hard to do, but I was like, okay, I have to do that.
Well, listen, I know we have an incredible pull with Netflix now for stepping in, but there's always.
Yeah, it's obvious.
What a marriage for you guys to have. I mean, you honestly, we talked about how Warner Brothers wasn't quite up to snuff when, the working relationship you had, but that's in the past. But Netflix is embracing you wholeheartedly. And with Army of Thieves and obviously the Army of the Dead and what's going on with that. But now you're working on this new film, Rebel Moon, which everyone is talking about. Tell us what that's about.
Yeah, Rebel Moon is a big sci-fi epic spectacular that we've been working on. I've been working on for like 10 years. And it's just like a really just a massive sort of original sci-fi film that I've been cooking around for a while and just really wanted to dive into that genre, and I've always been a huge lover of all things sci-fi. So it's just been a long time coming, and we're just super excited, and Netflix is super excited about it. Also, I think it's incredible that right now, that Army of Thieves is the #1 movie on Netflix, and it also dragged Army of the Dead back into the top 10, which I thought was really cool.
That's all. Listen, honestly, the fact that that's happening, and again, to have them behind you the way they are, I mean, it's got to be fun as a director and writer, and you're one of the co-writers of the story for Army of Thieves as well. To be able to do this world building, when you talk about working on a project like those projects or Rebel Moon, how long does something sit in the back of your mind usually before you say, okay, let's go?
Yeah, it's interesting how these projects, develop over time, because it is true that sometimes, the zeitgeist or like all the stars need to align for a project really to happen. And we've been really lucky with getting these movies made. It's a real, it's a privilege to be able to make a movie at all, let alone have this, relationship with Netflix where, these original ideas, which is so hard, in this current market, okay, I have this idea for like an original zombie kind of, universe that I want to roll out. It just feels like a tough sell. But, they've been really embraced it wholeheartedly. And I love that about them. So it does take, sometimes, but a lot of times it's just like when the stars align and you get to, like I say, everything's firing and, they see the potential. And I think with Netflix and with with Rebel Moon, the chance to bring this big IP, a big universe that we've been working on for quite a while to them, that could support like a whole, similar to Army, a whole kind of spin-offs and other things and
Well, is Rebel Moon? I'm sorry to jump in because I'm not all that familiar with the subject. Is that an original story from your mind?
It's 100% original. It's basically it's a good versus evil kind of very straight up sci-fi movie about this community that's threatened by this big regime of this big realm of bad guys, and then our community has to go out and pick warriors from different planets, different parts of the universe, and bring them back for a big battle.
That's very Akira Kurosawa sort of, right? So that's sort of. Well, listen, Star Wars found it's, and so this is sort of your Star Wars, I guess, in a way, right? Can it potentially have that epic span over multiple films?
From your lips to the cinematic ears.
Would you like that?
Would you like it if it was kind of like, I don't know, Star Wars? If it was, say it had success like a movie, I can't think of what. Oh, so say Star Wars.
Star Wars. That seems to be a successful franchise.
That seemed to work out pretty well. I'm not too shabby of showing it there.
If you were to take a movie, we were speaking of that now, Star Wars is now, there's amusement park attractions and all this sort of stuff. If Zack Snyder was to design his own amusement park attraction based on one of your movies, what would you do?
Ooh.
Oh, sure, it would be, well, that's a tough one, because you'd really want to kind of go for a 300, where everyone would have to wear like a leather bikini when they were there, kind of that vibe.
Oh, I'd love to see that. The Orlando crowd.
Yeah, you can't. It's like a mandatory dress code, to get in. But also I think Guardians of Gaul would be a cool, like the animated. My animated owl film. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's very.
I have.
Awesome, very bombastic. Set really in Australia, if you'll know, for those big fans of Guardians, they know it's Australia. But
it was. By the way, I have that, and it was on 3D when it was initially released. Yes.
Oh yeah. By the way, the 3D is insane.
I got the 3D.
I will say.
Yeah, there's no way I'm phoning that one in. It's really cool.
No.
I wanted to ask you as well. I saw you post kudos to Matt Reeves and the Batman, and it makes me think, and it's cool because, as I've said before, you've delivered to me my favorite screen version of Batman and Superman, with Ben Affleck. But the great thing about those characters, and I would like your feedback on that, they're constantly, they can be re-envisioned and tweaked with. And what is it, do you think, that particularly about Batman that makes him so reinventable?
Yeah, I think, look, we all have this sort of, vigilante fantasy that, you would, wrong or right, or somehow, through your pain, some redemptive journey into, your own, personal wounds, and then using those broken parts of yourself, save Gotham and or the world from crime. I think that there is a Shakespearean quality to the pain that Batman suffered, and so I think everyone's can
tap into it. Yeah,
they love it. It's mythological, and so and I think we have, like, right now, I think there might be, let's see, Keaton, Pattinson, Affleck. I think there's one on TV. I think there might be 4 Batmans, like current Batmans in the, not including the animated series Batman.
And the original serial. No,
I'm talking about like active cinematic Batmans.
Okay, yeah.
4 or 5. So it's quite you can see it's a very robust, it's so incredibly pop culture destroying that there's 4 of them out there right
now.
Zach, I wanted to ask about Army of the Dead, and I had watched behind the scenes extras, and the technical aspects of how you pulled that movie off and several of your films is absolutely mind-boggling. The amount of technology that is used, the mapping of Las Vegas and all the things that were done in that, I had no idea. And that's why movies are so damn expensive to make. And I had no idea. And each time these come out, we're like, how much further can they go? How much more can be done tech-wise? Are we going to plateau at some point? What do you see down the road as being like the next thing? Or can you even wrap your mind around it yet?
You know, it's funny. Yes, there's insane technology, and I think every step, you know, the visual effects guys, really that's the side that it grows on incredibly, like all the sims that they're able to do and just like this sort of you know, like now when they're able to like digitally create someone from scratch and get them to move and look real. I mean, that's always evolving and getting a little bit better. You know, we are incredibly well programmed as human beings to sort of see through the, like, you know, the gauze of that we try and throw over your eyes with the movie. You know, but you can always sort of like, oh, that's CG, I can see it. And it's incredible that, like, all that technology, but, like, you know, there's still something about it that, like, we humans can see. And I think we're getting closer and closer to that every, you know, the technology is getting better and better, and the visual effects are getting more seamless. I just think that, you know, we're just on a path to, you know, making there be no stop for the audience. You know what I mean? That there's that little bit of hesitation that you feel. And I think really that it's about just taking that away as best as possible. I think that, you know, the sort of concept of a movie hasn't changed in a long time, but that little bit of removal of any, you just never leave the movie for any reason. And I think that's
what they call the uncanny valley, right?
Right.
So,
yeah, the uncanny valley, exactly.
That step that pulls you out of it for a second. So Zack Snyder's Justice League, you know, so there are these incredible moments that are so sprawling and amazing, and effects work like crazy. Yet if you don't put in what you have put into that, which is, for me, I tear up every time the Flash starts to say to his dad, I was one of the best. I was one of those. And he's telling himself, I'm going to go for this. I'm going to try to reverse something, if people haven't seen it, that's happening. But that's, you can flash it up all you want, no pun intended, but unless there's a core story there that resonates, that's the key, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole thing is to just kind of try as best we can to strip away all the visual effects and everything and get back to, like, what's the human emotional connection that we all have to each other and to the world, and the mythological, if you will, that we all strive to kind of, you know, reconnect with. And I think that's really what the movies, hopefully at their best, are all about.
Well, I have to say, Army of Thieves, again, I have to recommend it heartily. It was fun. It was romantic. It's a romantic story too, but I mean, it has a bit of the Italian job, and there's all sorts of stuff going on.
If you love a heist movie, and you know, when we've been working on the Army sort of extended universe, the whole concept is that we kind of deconstruct these different genres of movies and sort of look at their tropes and kind of have fun with the tropes. And this is real heist romantic comedy, kind of taken apart, but not letting you off the hook. You get still all the intensity of the you know, doing the bank jobs and the sort of romance that these guys, the love affair that Dieter gets into. That's all we did. The whole balancing act is keeping the audience on the hook with all that. And I think that,
by the way, one of the hottest casts I've seen in a movie. You know, the cast is unbelievably attractive.
Good looking cast,
yeah,
and really fun, and then fun to go watch Army again and say, like, oh my gosh, I see how this plugs in. So
yes, it
does.
does.
Really fun.
Nice. Number one movie right now on Netflix, and it's Army of Thieves, and you will definitely want to see it. Zach, we appreciate your participation in our Camp Out for Hungry. You came on with us last year. It was wonderful,
Always
and
a pleasure.
we value our relationship, so thank you so much for that.
Always an honor. When I have any, you know, love to bring you guys some more exclusive material whenever we get a chance. And maybe when we're back, maybe back at Comic-Con in person this year, I'm not sure, but Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if you guys ever leave Philadelphia.
We just went to Chicago last week, so we do get out every now and then. So
Miracle. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle,
They're able to
exactly.
say,
All right,
yeah,
thank
some
you,
like
Zach.
cops at the border. No, you guys can't leave.
All right, we love you. Thank you. Let's hear it for Zach, guys. Zack Snyder, Army of
Love
Thieves
you guys.
on Netflix. Rock on, man. Good luck with Rebel Moon coming up down the road. Maybe we'll talk to him about that. All right, now, with that, I believe we have someone else. Yes, they're sitting in our special seat right now. We would like to welcome the Vice President of Sales in the Southeast region of Tito's Vodka. Dan Smith is with us this morning.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
How you doing, Dan?
Man, tough act to follow. It's Zack Snyder. I got my 10-year-old with me, huge Justice League fan. He's like, Dad, I didn't realize they were interviewing famous people.
Wow.
He's right. He's right with me, man. We're big fans.
Oh, he's geeking out over there.
Yeah, but you've got as big a fan as he is as Zack Snyder. Marissa is a bigger fan of you
I
for
heard
having
that.
Tito's vodka because that is her go-to. Tito's and water. It's what she has every time we go out.
She said, she's like, I'm a huge fan of yours. I'm like, I don't make it. I just
Well, you guys are also very generous too with your charity endeavors,
I can
and
say the
that's
same
not
about
lost
you.
on us. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. This is an awesome campaign, and we're happy to be a part of it.
Excellent. And by the way, so where's work for you? It says Southeast region. Do you live in
Yes,
Philly
I live in
or
South Jersey?
Okay,
Right,
South Jersey.
Haddonfield, yeah.
Nice. And how popular is Tito's in our region?
So it's funny. Haddonfield's a dry town. We like to say we have the wettest house in a dry town. there are a lot of fans in this area for sure. Uber fans.
Nice. Well, listen, you guys have gotten a donation together to present to the Camp Out for Hunger, correct?
Yes.
Tell us all about it.
All right. I mean, we're humbled to be able to donate 60,000 pounds of food to this organization.
60,000?
60,000.
Oh, my God. That deserves a little, confetti love.
Love it.
Jesus.
Love it.
I understand that equates to like $15,000 as far as if you want to parse it out monetarily.
Yeah.
That's huge, man.
Yeah, about $15,000 in donations. It's the least we can do. I mean, the city's always been great to us, and this is a great campaign that helps a lot of people in the city, and we're happy to do it.
Let me tell you, there's a whole list of events that are charity events that we're all involved with, separate charities and things through the station, and you always see Tito's popping up in there as a contributor, and that means a lot, and people realize, how much you guys want to give back, and here is an awesome amount of food that's going to feed a lot of people, so thank you.
It is. You're welcome. Yeah, we have the mission statement for Love Tito's, which is the philanthropic arm of our business, is to distill good and raise spirits. And at the end of the day, Tito's got the way he wants it done is get into the communities, help the people that have helped us build the brand, and do as much good as he can. So he's got a do them all type mentality, and we're happy to help wherever we can.
That's awesome. And is this your son behind you? He's holding up the sign right here. What's his name?
Connor.
Connor. All right, so that is Connor Smith. And Connor, what's your favorite Tito's drink to have? Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought he was a small adult, but
I got my 20-year-old back there too. She might want to answer. Almost.
1 year.
Yep.
Nice, excellent. Dan, thank you so much. You and Tito's, we really
Thank you.
appreciate it. It
Appreciate
means
it
the
as
world.
well.
Let's hear it for Dan Smith, guys. Tito's Vodka, the Southeast region, 60,000 pounds.
Damn.
The first year we did this, we tried to get 2,000.
Yeah.
2,000 pounds.
2,000 pounds.
You did it, just so you guys know, you hit your goal
Of one
of
ton.
1 ton.
Though we did have to extract the one guy who just brought down a salad he had made himself.
That's right. He's not kidding.
No.
He went to a buffet or something and brought us a salad. So.
Aw, sweet.
But the effort was there.
It was the
nice,
effort, yeah.
All right, well, listen, with that, we're going to take ourselves a break. We're going to come back. We have more guests stopping by in just a moment. We're going to have Director Adam McKay, some friends, 6 ABC, Matt O'Donnell, Jessica Boynton, and all you guys are here as well. Camp Out for Hunger on MMR. We'll be right back.
Clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the time tell time, and even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length, otherwise it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing a it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty cool.
Ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this, I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a front man of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000 and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well. And he, in fact, loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time having certain walls up. So that's, I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard, speaking to that point about, because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself and years ago, like I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life. And I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that were in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. It's I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. It does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We all have the same doctor. He's kind of he's on TV in here in Philadelphia, and he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're into.
Something that's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself.
Yep.
Like, there's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band, and to come out and do that with you guys is what is that? The 25th, September 25th.
Correct. Yep.
I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, this. I'm in the bonus round.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask, so every Tuesday we do a thing, it's called Tat Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
In fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, it was on 10 years ago. It's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes.
Right.
But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Like they thought
it's
it
just
was
now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my
who's
God!
Josh? I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah. There's
a shop.
Yep. Yeah, one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is he's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country.
Yep.
So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They do.
Logo
they have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
right.
Yeah. That's nice.
I'll the rabbit in the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you
than
want to know
others.
something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Okay, that makes
and
sense.
the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy Bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanction.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? I'm gonna tell you. But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro,
Yeah.
guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like, what's
Whoa!
that?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. It's been mentioned several times on this show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus. Sponsored by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger. And we're teaming up with MMR. They are teaming up with MMR, I should say, to fight hunger in the Delaware Valley by supporting the Camp Out. Of course, benefits Phil Abundance. So thank you guys. Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger is fueled by Pepsi. And they're helping out with our little gift bags as well.
Which is a delightful little, as they say in the biz, tchotchke.
I do appreciate that they've helped out with that. All right, our next guests are here to spend some time. No strangers to the Camp Out for Hunger. In fact, from year one, we have had support from this next group. It's 6ABC, and we'd like to welcome to the studio Matt O'Donnell and Jessica Boyington.
Oh, hi.
Good morning, guys.
Oh my gosh, I feel like we needed an entrance, like a WWE entrance or
We could
something.
do that.
I'll do it next time.
Flames and
yeah, I'll bust through that wall.
Jess is my tag team partner, and she's a killer.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Tag me in.
On the turnbuckle? Yeah, sure.
Should see her pile driver.
I catch you guys in the morning as I'm getting ready at 4 a.m. You guys pop on right as about to get in the shower. I tell Matt I'm naked normally when I watch him in the morning. And,
Who isn't?
Visions of
Who isn't?
sugar plums dancing in my head.
The amazing part is Matt is actually naked when he watches you from across the street. So it all works out.
It all works out. But you know what? We miss our buddy Murph, man. I know
Yes.
we were really sad to see
Yes.
him go. But you know what? He was such a great part. And Jessica, you've been on. When did you start as a regular in the mornings? Because sometimes it's you, sometimes it's Matt. What's the story on that?
Well, I mean, just in the last few months after David kind of headed out, and yeah, here I am. It's been amazing.
Okay.
It's been amazing.
You were doing a lot of features, and you continue to do them.
Yeah.
I mean, like places to eat and like these.
Yeah, is that the best job ever?
It's pretty awesome.
I get asked more than anything on the planet, like, do you actually eat the food? I'm like, yeah, I eat the food. I eat all the food.
Of course. Yeah, why?
I don't know how you do it.
Why would I? And I'm like drinking on the job sometimes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, no.
I'm kidding.
But we miss David. I mean, I feel like I'm still in shock. Like, I feel like one day he's just going to walk in and start doing the weather. We miss him terribly, but this is what he wanted to do. He's somewhere else right now. I think he's on vacation.
He's a soldier.
Which I don't know how, like, vacation during retirement. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. So, but he's happy.
Yes.
And I'm happy that he's happy, but we miss him.
We really do.
I didn't think anybody was allowed to retire before Jim Gardner does. But Merv.
I might retire before him. Who knows?
So, Jessica, you're probably looking at another, like 30, 40 years, right?
I know, at least. I'm only 20 years old. No, I'm not. I'm a little older. That's what happens there at 6.
Matt, you guys have a tight-knit group in the morning. You can tell you guys are real close friends. There's no question about that.
Yeah, like you guys.
Yeah, so what was it like bringing Jessica
Here we go.
to the mix?
Well, first of all, let me just say this is Dave Murphy's jacket. I actually took it from the studio because I thought I'd be cold today, so he's still with us.
We're going to auction it off for charity.
Yeah,
See how much
I need money.
we can get.
But there was
$50.
No initiation or anything.
So the initiation, I think, was I'm like, hey, you play Jenga? And you're like, yeah. I'm like, let's have a Jenga tournament.
That was it.
And so it was like really, really.
Well, wait a
rough.
second. As you start to like put together the team, now Matt, you're a drummer, and I don't know, now Jessica, do you have any lead singer skills? Because I know that Jim Gardner does the electric. He's the lead guitar in the band. So.
You don't want to hear me sing.
Okay,
You don't want to hear me sing. Maybe a little dancing.
You do have a talent. And
What's
if you
the
don't want
talent?
to, you don't tell them. You know what it is.
No, I actually don't really know what it is.
Don't you dance?
Yeah. Oh, I just said that.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So we've been up since like yesterday.
Where are we again?
So I don't know.
Hello?
Who are these people?
Yeah, Jessica, did you do beauty pageants and things like that?
Oh my
I thought
gosh.
I remember that, right? So you had to have a talent, right?
I did. Well, okay, you guys are gonna laugh. It was the pageant without the talent.
Oh, really?
I did Miss New Jersey USA. So it was for the Miss USA pageant, the one that Donald Trump used to own.
Right. So now, and they eliminated the talent the year you were in.
I mean, I guess no. It was always that kind of pageant. It was not like the Miss America system where they have like a talent. It was like a beauty pageant.
Okay.
I was really uncomfortable, but yes.
I always thought the talent thing was kind of weird too. I remember years ago, and this was a fact. They used to. I remember a couple contestants would show you how to pack for a trip. So that was.
Well, I've seen girls do this where they actually they didn't have a talent for pageants and they would make one up.
Right.
Like it's a legit thing. So really, who cares? It's a pageant. Call it what it is. It's a beauty pageant. Just put the girls on stage. Nobody cares.
That's what it's about. Yeah,
that's what it's about. That's what it's about.
I love when they whip geopolitical questions.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't care.
She doesn't know what that means.
Yeah.
It's fine.
When was the last time the president had said, "Bring me Miss America"?
I know. I need her
some
help.
Consultation.
Yeah. Well, your true talent. I mean, when Jess goes out and does these segments and shows us, the food and the nightlife and all this stuff, she always makes it fun.
Oh.
And so it's great, especially nowadays when people are looking for ways to de-stress and to forget about certain things. And Jess comes on, and it's like a party.
It's a party.
Well, there you go. And she's
That's so nice.
And we
Thank
know
you.
now that you're all drinking on the set, so that's very good.
I mean, isn't everybody?
Sometimes I think it would be fun to do that one day. We've never done that.
You've never done it?
Have you ever shown up this has happened, I'm sure, where you're on cough medicine or something, or you're
no.
Always
I've been doing it for
focused?
17 years, and I have never shown up drunk.
On cough medicine.
Go, Matt.
Meanwhile, for us, that's on.
Well, they had me shoot Top Happy Hours a few weeks ago, and that was tough because I had to try it. They gave me all these drinks, and I had to try them. So by the end, I was like, "We need to take a break.
We need to stop.
We need to take a break.
My career is over. Yeah.
I need some bread." Yeah.
Right.
Jessica, your meter and the way you speak, very quick.
I know. You know what? I'm from New Jersey.
You think that's what?
I don't know.
What it is?
I'm from. I mean,
so's Bruce Springsteen.
I've always. I know. I've always been like that. I don't know. And people, I think, are always like, "Oh my gosh, she's so nervous." I'm not nervous. I just talk like this.
When you get to the traffic, I mean, it's like and Kathy.
Who has time for that? What do you? Let's go.
Yeah,
right, Kathy? I'm talking about nothing. Let's get to the point. Yeah.
But for traffic, it's perfect because you got to reel that stuff off.
Yeah.
And
make a
Kathy does
joke.
the same thing. We've had celebrities in the studio who are paid professionals, sometimes Academy Award-winning actors, who are in awe of Kathy's ability to reel off all the streets and everything.
And she doesn't even flinch. That's what I mean.
Here's another observation I have. Because
I
I am in a broadcast business, I pay attention to the little things that average people might not. So when they introduce you and Karen at the same time, you guys are both on the screen at the same time, there's this weird moment where you have to do like a 2-second little "how you doing," and then it goes to Karen.
Yes.
She gives the weather, and then it comes back to you for traffic.
Yeah.
And the reason they do that little "how you doing" is so Karen doesn't have to introduce you right after
Wow.
she's already done.
You really do
the
watch
weather.
the
I do
BBC.
pay attention to
Thought
these
through
things.
it's through.
He's
That's
watching.
very
and
impressive.
with his clothes off.
It's very, and I'm like, after I thought about it, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. I understand why you do that. But you have to have a little quip ready to go.
Wait, that's so hard. It used to
I'll bet it is.
It used to be something for me when I first started, I feel like in TV, maybe you can relate to this, where I used to try to think of things in advance because I was so nervous about it, but now it just comes out. But once you get rid of the nerves of it, I guess it comes out. But I guess we kind of do that so we don't step on each other's toes, too.
Yeah.
So then she doesn't talk and I'm not talking at the same time. It's always the rule I talk first. And
well, can you do us a favor tomorrow morning? Can your quip be Matt O'Donnell, 17 years on the air and never drunk?
Yeah.
yeah, I'll see how that goes. Management will love
I
it.
smell a promo. The one thing we do have to work on with Jess is her sleeping habits.
Oh my God,
because
I'm so bad.
I wake up at 2:20. I'm in the bathroom. I always try to check my emails first, and I get one from Jess, and she's like, "Are we still going to Preston?" And I look at the time. It was like 12:30 a.m. was when she sent the email.
I never sleep.
My goodness.
So I'm like a vampire. It's awful.
So I think I follow, maybe on Instagram, I follow
You
people.
better follow me.
Yeah, so you're in a cluster of people that we know are like local broadcasters and stuff like that, and you guys, you're like Marissa.
I was just going to say, she's
you
there,
are there, Marissa.
She doesn't sleep either.
I can't. I have anxiety when I have to wake up that early. I'm so afraid I'm going to miss it, but I also have a hard time settling myself down.
So your solution is to never go to sleep.
Yeah, just don't sleep. I probably went to bed at like 12:30 last night.
That's
and
not
then woke up
enough.
at 2:30.
Not enough.
Yeah, that's
I'm an 8-hour guy.
Yeah.
Even if I don't truly get the REM sleep you need, I still need to get in so I can get the 8 hours.
What's all that drinking?
The drinking just puts them right down.
Right down. Wait, so do you go home and nap then?
I'll go home and nap. Like when this is over, I'm like I can't handle it. I've been talking all day, so you get tired when you talk all day. You need to settle.
But you have a serious situation because you have to look presentable on camera, whereas we can look like we've been freshly autopsied. So it's not the same.
Which, by the way, you do not look like that.
Oh, you all look very alive to me.
Well, thank you. We're trying to be. So, listen, here's what we want to do. We always have some kind of a challenge for you guys. I was telling Matt, light lifting. We've sent you guys up on the rides, and we've done that stuff before.
I don't want to
So we're going to do something a little bit more light lifting before we let you go. And one of the things you have to do in the business is to be able to read what we call cold. Somebody hands you a piece of copy. You've never read it before, and you have to try.
Are these complete sentences?
He's going to be so much better at this than me. I don't read off the teleprompter a lot.
We are going to find out how you do. So it's a game called This Just In, Cold Read.
Oh, my goodness.
We have breaking news.
Oh, no.
Is there a 7-second delay on this, by the way?
And whoever reads better, we're going to do a few of you each, and then we'll do the crowd applause to determine who does it better. So this story just in, we're going to Matt O'Donnell live on the street for this story. Matt?
To sit in solemn silence in a dull, dark dock in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock, awaiting the sensation of a short, sharp shock from a cheap and chippy chopper with a big black block.
Wow. I'm legitimately nervous. Like, my heart is beating 100 miles an hour now.
Game over, man.
I'm shaking.
I'm going to save this. I'm going to frame it.
Yeah,
that was good.
That was great.
All right, I think we have breaking news again. Hang on.
Breaking news.
Go, Jeff.
Oh, my gosh.
This just in. We go to field reporter Jessica Boyington for the story. Jessica.
This is ridiculous. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? He would chuck, he would, as much as he could, and chuck as much wood as a woodchuck would if a woodchuck could chuck wood.
Tell me you got it.
I did it. I don't know how I just did it. Under pressure.
And
well done.
I talk fast. Remember from Jersey?
You went to bed at 12:30.
I know.
We'll do it live.
I have like no brain cells left, so that's fine.
I'm hearing from the studio. We have breaking news.
What? What is it?
This just in. We go to anchor Matt O'Donnell for the story.
Through 3 cheese trees, 3 free fleas flew. While these fleas flew, Freezy Breeze blew. Freezy Breeze made these 3 trees freeze. Freezy trees made these trees cheese freeze. That's what made these trees.
Oh, man, that's hard.
Free fleas. Almost. Almost.
Pretty good. We got the gist of the story.
Yeah.
This is awful.
Okay.
I'm going to read it in like a sexier voice and then I win anyway.
All right, give us. Yeah.
No, I won't do that. I'm not doing that.
All right, wait a minute. This just in. Hang on. We have breaking news.
What is it?
All right, this story just in. We now go to Jessica Boyington for the details. Jessica.
All right. Well, Betty Botter bought a bit of butter. The butter Betty Botter bought was a bit better and made her batter bitter. But a bit of better butter makes better batter. So Betty Botter bought a bit of better butter, making Betty's Botter's bitter batter better.
That was not bad.
That was pretty good. And honestly, you get points for the sex here.
What kind of show is this? I know. I'll win it by any means possible.
That was like the 2 a.m. news.
I know. Late night.
We just got word there's another story coming in.
Oh, man.
All right, now with the details, we go to Matt O'Donnell. Matt?
Whether the weather be fine or whether the weather be not, whether the weather be cold or whether this is Dr. Seuss, or whether the weather be hot, we'll weather the weather, whatever the weather, whether we like it or not.
Oh. That was
Did a little commentary with the Dr. Seuss in there.
He
But
editorialized, too, which is amazing.
This is so hard.
All right. Well, let's see. Wait, what is this? Excuse me. Oh, we have another story coming in. This just in. Please, let's go to Jessica Boynton for the details.
Who makes
Jessica.
these up? If one doctor doctors another doctor, then which doctor is doctoring the doctor? Does the doctor who doctors the doctor doctor the doctor? The way the doctor is doctoring doctors?
Wow, that was great.
Jessica, a champ.
Oh my gosh. Can I apply for another job at 6ABC, actually? I'm going to give up traffic.
I can't read the teleprompter.
I'm not used to it.
Wait a
Are
minute.
there more?
I think there's two more stories
two more.
coming in. Here's yep, I'm hearing it. Breaking news. We now go for all the details, the latest. Matt O'Donnell from 6ABC. Matt?
I'm kind of a big deal, you know. Something in a 30-acre thermal thicket of thorns and thistles thumped and thundered, threatening the 3D thoughts of Matthew the Thug, although theatrically it was only the 13,000 thistles and thorns through the underneath of his thigh that the 30-year-old thug thought of that morning.
Oh, that was the fastest one.
That was a particularly difficult one because of the TH sounds.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they can be
I
difficult.
hope I don't say like a bad word by accident. You combine them together.
I watched that.
That's what I mean.
That's part of the problem.
All right. We have, oh, do I hear it again? All right. Yes. Breaking news.
Oh, man.
One last time we go to our final story. Correspondent Jessica Boynton with the details. Jessica.
This is weird. Yellow butter, purple jelly, red jam, black bread. Spread it thick, say it quick. Yellow butter, purple jelly, red jam, black bread. Spread it thicker, say it quicker. Yellow butter, purple jelly, red jam, black bread. Don't eat it with your mouth full.
And she nailed it. Wow.
So, if you were to assign a winner to this,
Oh, man, it's tough.
I'd go, Jess.
yeah, I might have to say Jess.
With the sultry voice. That's what did it.
I figured I'd add that in there, just in case.
Let's go by crowd applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Applaud only for the one who you think did the best. Matt O'Donnell.
Poor guy.
Wow.
Wait, no. Wait,
I took myself out of the competition.
I don't think everybody heard you. Do it again.
All right, let me try it again. Matt O'Donnell
I'll clap for Matt. I'm clapping for Matt.
or Jessica Boynton.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a popularity contest.
It could be.
Listen.
Bested by the newbie
I
on
can't
the show.
believe it.
Hey, yeah, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
That's true.
Charlie's got the blues.
Yeah. Well, listen, we want to thank you guys for coming down here. I understand you're making a donation as well, correct?
Always.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate that. And I think we got a big check around somewhere. So
yeah.
we'll make sure that we get a picture with that. But I'll announce it, if you
Yes,
will.
announce it.
6ABC donating $1,000 to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
And we know you do your own food drive as well coming up in a few weeks.
Yep,
right?
Thanksgiving is around the corner. 6ABC Thanksgiving Day Parade, Duncan Parade. It's going to be on the Parkway again.
Awesome.
Last year, obviously, with the pandemic, but everyone's really excited.
Love it. Excellent. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jessica.
you.
Great to see you guys.
Great job, guys. Thank you.
All right.
Are you keeping me?
Now, as they are stepping away, I believe we're going to do the bizarre file, right? We have time for that? All right, Jason, when you're ready, let's do the B file, please.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
We got time for a couple of stories, and these stories in the bizarre file are brought to you today. I got it, Casey.
Here they come.
I'm okay, though.
WPHL TV, Young Sheldon joins The Big Bang Theory on PHL 17 weeknights at 7 and 9:30. Family night every night is on PHL 17. This happened while we were in Chicago, but I wanted to mention this. But a New York couple has been sentenced to prison after being convicted in last summer's assault of a Sesame Place employee.
Yes, I remember this.
That prosecutor said happened hours after the victim tried to enforce the theme park's face mask policy. Troy McCoy was sentenced to 5 to 10 years in prison Monday, while Shakira Bonds was sentenced to 4 to 23 months in prison.
Troy McCoy sounds like a Muppet name.
Does. In August 2020, the teenage employee was assaulted by the couple at Sesame Place after the team reminded McCoy of the park's mask policy. The policy at the time required face coverings at all times in public spaces. While the employee saw McCoy waiting in line for a ride, asked him to wear a mask, but McCoy was angered by the request and began yelling at him, so the teen walked away to avoid confrontation. Hours later, the teen ran into him again, and McCoy got off that ride and threatened to teach the employee a lesson. During that confrontation, both McCoy and Bonds struck the employee in the face, knocking him to the ground. While on the ground, the teen lost consciousness, and McCoy continued to strike him.
That's a pummeling.
Beating an unconscious person.
Yeah.
You know, because beating the teen who works there and didn't have anything to do with making the mask rule is a good idea.
That's why they're going to jail, ladies and gentlemen. The teenage worker had a broken jaw, had to have surgery, all kinds of stuff. So it's terrible, but they're going to face that. Let's see here. All right, excuses for calling in sick at work. There's one man that left his boss speechless with his excuse for having to skip a day. Ken Moore from Bristol, England, was left speechless after a scaffolder at his company texted in to explain there was simply no way he could go to work that day because his girlfriend hadn't washed his socks for him.
Oh, no, man. You can't show up on the site with dirty socks.
Ken was so stunned, he posted a screenshot of the message on social media. It went viral. Many users shocked and amused by the worker's brazenness, provoking dozens of sarcastic comments and hundreds of reactions. The workman, who is unnamed, blamed his girlfriend in an expletive-laden rant about how she, quote, ain't washed effing all, so he had no socks to wear.
Hey, man, I heard about your dirty socks. How you doing?
Doubling down on the excuse, the scaffolder claimed that he could not come in without any socks because his boots had big holes in them.
His boots have big holes in them. Come on.
Before shrugging it off with a brief apology and informing Ken that the van keys were in the box as usual.
And my underwear don't fit right.
He decided not to fire the guy, but a lot of people had been ripping him apart.
In fact, he promoted him.
Yeah, right? You're just the kind of go-getter we need. Several dinosaur statues that went missing from a Central Texas museum have been found thanks to an observant partygoer. Last week, 3 large dinosaur statues were stolen from the Dinosaur Park, a dedicated dinosaur museum located in Bastrop County.
How the hell do you steal dinosaur statues?
The statues, ranging from 6 to 10 feet in length, had been shared across social media in hopes of bringing them back home safely. Linda Nunez, a spokesperson for Dinosaur Park, said that the missing dinos were spotted over the weekend at a fraternity house at the University of Texas at Austin. Nunez says that the anonymous tipster told authorities that they attended a party at an unnamed fraternity house on Saturday night and noticed the figures.
You know the frat guys got those dinosaurs liquored up and had their way with them.
That prompted the university police to work with the sheriff's office to get the stolen items back. Though the statues were recovered, not all of them were able to be displayed again.
Oh, boy.
One of the figures, named Mimi, is intact, but one dino is in need of major repairs while other was completely destroyed. The tipster may receive compensation for getting the statues back to the museum, though likely not the full $1,000 previously promoted. It's unclear at this time whether anyone will face charges in the matter. All right, I'll do one more, and then we will wrap it up. Alarming footage captured the moment that a family car toppled backwards as a drawbridge they were lifted up on in Belgium rose.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. The Herring,
that's like a nightmare.
18-second clip shows the red car with 2 parents and their 1-year-old child inside stuck on the Marie Thumas Bridge. Then, without warning, the span starts to rise into the air to make way for a ship, causing the vehicle to slide back. When the drawbridge is nearly perpendicular to the road, the car topples all the way back and then lands upside down on the closed barrier, trapping the family of 3 inside. Thankfully, the occupants were eventually extricated by firefighters and rushed to an area hospital where it was determined that they suffered only minor injuries.
That's amazing.
And it's still unclear why the bridge was raised while the family was stranded on it. And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. There was an event that took place yesterday, and we were excited to have this once again. Now, it changed up last year, doing it on a Sunday instead of happening while the Camp Out for Hunger is taking place. But it was the Fill-A-Trunk event, a full car show that was taking place. We would like to welcome our very good friends, Jeff Walton and Chris Holt, here this morning.
Oh, thank you, guys.
What's up?
Appreciate it.
gentlemen.
Hey, before we start, I just want to be the 9th and 10th person to congratulate you guys on your major award.
Thank you, sir.
And we have something a little just to give you to remember that. And be careful. It's fragile.
It is a major award.
So
It
it's
is
a
our
major
own
award.
Leg lamp necklaces to wear as if they are like gold medals, so that it is indeed a major award. So thank you. That's really cool, man. I appreciate it. All right, so Jeff, you had the filler trunk yesterday.
Yes.
Decent day for the event.
It was a great day, except in the middle of the day, it just rained for no reason at all. So.
It did?
Yeah.
I didn't get any rain where I was.
Oh, yeah. It was weird. It was a weird, because I was at a rugby tournament yesterday, and there was this weird cell that was only over our area.
Did you have it for the majority? Or
It was right in the middle of the day, and, rain is kryptonite to cars, right?
Yes, yeah.
So, but we still did well. The Porsche Club came down. Via scored again. We had probably close to 300 cars this year.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah.
It's such a good event.
And that's just the Porsche Club. Then we had everything else down here, and I'll tell you the totals of each one.
All right.
If you like. So
nice. So yeah, Porsche Club the largest?
Porsche Club was definitely the largest club coming down. So we had Audi Club. They came with 4 cars. Every little bit helps.
Yes.
701 pounds of food.
Excellent.
Nice. I don't know where the 1 pound came from, but yeah.
There was food in the guy's mouth.
Right.
It was that salad I brought down, right?
And then we had these blacktop villains. They came with the rat rides and everything. They showed up, and they brought in 1,562 pounds.
Excellent.
We had Mopar Muscle, 1,929 pounds. And we have Tesla Club, right? Delaware Tesla Club.
Yeah.
They came in at 4,699 pounds.
Nice.
Yeah.
They're electric.
Yes. And you can't hear them come in. They're quiet as hell. Then we had Philadelphia Mini Coopers, and they also donated a check. So they brought in 8,110 pounds of food.
Yeah,
really nice. Jeep Club, 3,592. So they were a little low this year. Okay, but Mustang Club, 3,678 pounds.
Excellent.
And then the Porsche Club, 90,466 pounds of food.
90,000 pounds?
Yes.
So if you do the math, it seems like you're the winner.
Yeah, probably. But there was no winners and losers. The winners are our neighbors who need the help.
Absolutely.
We had one guy down yesterday, and it just makes it all real. He came up to South Philly just to thank people, because he said last year he was homeless, and this year, because of this event, he now has his first apartment. So
that's fantastic.
Really, really
Got to
great.
make you feel good.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yesterday's totals 117,454 pounds of
Oh
food.
my God. We can do confetti for that.
Yeah.
Boom.
So I just want to thank you guys. Wells Fargo Center, Xfinity Live, Capitol Grill, Quadratech, they all donated things. Liberty One, Wells Fargo Center donated the parking lot for us to use, which is great. So, and then we had bands like Chris was part of the band.
Holt.
The Holtz, the Holtz played.
Holt
also,
45.
Derek Petecchio and Basic Cable played as well, so we coordinated all that. And thank you for Xfinity Live for putting on a great show.
I like that name, Basic Cable. That's a great.
Yeah.
Oh, and they were a great band. All 80s.
80s cover, yeah.
Well, listen, I got to thank Jeff and Chris. I mean, you guys, you took this baby, you ran with it on your own. I mean, we supply, if you need the help, we definitely put the word out about it, but the nuts and bolts of it all was all your idea, and you guys worked so hard on it, and we're humbled by it.
Well, you guys are the spark.
Well, thank you.
Right, you're the spark, and then you're the flames behind you. Nothing like California forest fires,
Right.
where you burn 3 million acres. But no, you are the spark, and you help us all.
You're the wind beneath my spark.
Yes,
that too. It's amazing. So next year, gang, we'll do this again. We'll do the Philly Trunk event, and hopefully we'll be even bigger and better and have great weather. And it's such a great event. Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Jeff
you.
Holt, Chris Holt.
Rock on, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Man, oh, man.
How about that?
And it was Chef's idea, because they would come by in the evening and try and do drop-offs, and sometimes it would be a bit of a cluster F, because we had other people trying to drop off, and there were so many cars coming through. He's like, you know what, let's do it on a day where it's not going to get in the way of everything.
And they did. And they put it all together, put the structure, and then obviously we threw the support behind it. But it's something next year again. if you didn't make it this year, you have to go see it because if you're a car fan of any level, you're going to be impressed with what you see.
Yep. All right, Casey, I have a question.
Yeah.
What are we doing now?
All right, so we haven't gotten any word that our Zoom call has connected yet, but we haven't said this yet on the air, but I have visual confirmation that Weapon X is in the tent as we speak. Weapon X is Brian Dawkins from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Nice.
He's literally in the tent as we speak.
So what would you like to do?
So let's take a break.
Okay.
Let's collect our thoughts.
Yep.
And then we'll come back with Weapon X.
All right, we will do that. We'll come back in a second. It's day number 1 of the Camp Out for Hunger here. Wells Fargo Center Complex, Xfinity Live. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
Splitting from Kristen Cavallari after 10 years together, sources tell ET that Jay Cutler is on the celeb dating app called Raya.
This just in, Jay Cutler's on the dating app Soraya. Psoriasis.
Raya. No.
It's for people looking for other people with skin conditions.
That's cool.
Let's meet for some drinks and chafe together. Let's flake together.
Yeah.
And then I am on a site for people with vitiligo.
Oh, let's flake together.
No, I think it's like one that you have to be accepted into.
Raya. Is it one of these where you need
like some
you
sort
have
of
to be somebody?
Yeah, like
She's
notoriety.
right. Yes, in fact, it is the celebrity
notoriety. Raya. I don't know. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it. Maybe it's Raya. Raya. But
who really cares?
His profile on Raya says, let's see here. He's here just for friends.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Friends, friends will touch your genitals.
You can diddle.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide whether or not you're a celebrity worthy enough to be on this website?
I think they have actually a vetting committee.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, I believe that's the way it goes. And they will determine. Think of it as there's like a Steve Rubel standing in front of Studio 54.
Right.
And they decide whether you're appropriate for this website.
So, well, listen, in honor of, was it International Geek Day? Or?
It's just Geek Pride Day.
Geek Pride Day.
Yeah.
I'd been working on an impression. You guys want to hear it? So, Steve, you do your Batman impression, but you have that...
processor.
You have the processor.
Okay.
I don't have a processor.
Are we supposed to guess what this impression is?
No, it's Batman. It's Batman.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Please keep that kryptonite away from me.
Is that a line he says in the movie?
No, please keep that kryptonite away from me.
You sound like Cookie Monster.
Yeah.
Oh.
It sounds like it hurts when you do that.
No.
Please keep that cookies away from me.
Because it's a Superman impression?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I've been working on it.
It's really good. It's really good.
I got it.
So it's a Superman impression.
I was confused why the whole kryptonite thing.
It's a terrible joke that I heard with Chuck over the weekend. You say this is Batman, but you obviously say Superman line, and then somebody says, that's Superman, and then you go, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Like, that's Superman. I told Chuck, I said, dude, I'm going to hang myself out to dry next week.
Yeah.
But you did it, man. You took the bullet.
Are we on air?
Yeah, we are.
I think we're still on air.
In fact, Bill's coming down the hallway with an award for Casey. That was great.
That was amazing.
That's an immediate A+. That's like my joke. Good morning, Cincinnati.
He knows funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Please keep that kryptonite.
Just don't do one that sounds like Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Like the thanks man thing, I was like, I didn't even get that part of it. So, sorry, man.
Nick got it. He was following.
I know.
I enjoyed every second of it.
And Bill's has that award in his hands.
Yep. By the way, somebody said we should make Bad Dad Joke Cookie Monster a character. So you have to do all the dad jokes.
What was the last one I just did off air?
The thing is that it was not attempting a Cookie Monster,
it wasn't.
but that became your default.
Take kryptonite away from me. Tell me, do you like cookies? Me too.
Me too.
Tonight, when you go back home, turn off the cookie light.
Tell me, do you like to eat cookies? Me too. Did you know that Mortal Kombat was it from Finland?
No.
What was the joke? I forget. It's something like,
My mother was born in Iceland, and my father was born in Cuba. That makes me an ice cube.
Mortal Kombat was based off of a Scandinavian song. It was a Finnish hymn.
You get it? Finish him.
All right, I like Bad Dad Joe Cookie Monster.
Oh, man.
It's a thing now, Kat.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, God.
Anything to make you cringe, Kath.
Anything.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called The Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers The Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call The Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's this thin crust
Your
pizza.
version of The Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
The time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amore's. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd Oips. That's Oips.
Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yeah,
yes,
oh,
the same
do the
thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yep.
Yeah, and I like him.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really,
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
in this video, said whether it was bussin' or disgusting. So
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you-
the crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might
No,
have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings a
can we try
giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Listen,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, you know, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Put pepper on
do?
that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. So something pineapple and sesame. And a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef, our melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. All right, because
Hold.
now we're in
That's from
Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains or do you want to live?
I like how you pointed him out and you're like, yeah, the guy in the costume, and he starts looking around as if there's
Other
The guy in a costume?
Guy in a costume.
Guy dressed as a and what? So he's wearing everybody's.
Guy here in a costume? Oh, it's me.
We're doing masks required in the tent, and the way his mask is kind of rippled, and it almost looks like a bill.
A duck
from here.
bill.
Right. And
So
that-
like maybe
I'm
a
like, what
platypus.
kind of messed up duck are you? But then, you know what? I didn't think
platypus?
I didn't think maybe platypus, but it turns out he is indeed a sloth. All right, good to know. All right, Case, what are we doing in what order here in this particular segment? We're
Well,
gonna
you know what?
Talk
Let's
to this guest.
Yeah, we can talk to the guest. He is walking around,
And then after that, we have
Hollywood
music and all
Trash
that
Music
stuff. All right, ladies and gentlemen, oh, you can hear the crowd getting ready. We'd like to welcome NFL Hall of Fame safety for the Philadelphia Eagles, Brian Dawkins. And joining B-Dog is our buddy Pete Shiraki from Taking It Pete.
Hey! What's up?
Gentlemen, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you for having us.
Brian, thanks for coming here this morning,
My
man.
pleasure, brother.
We had a quick conversation backstage, and you were impressed with what you saw by our event out here this morning.
Absolutely. So oftentimes, like I told you, you have a brief description of what's going to happen, and then you pull up and you're like, wow, there's a Ferris.
We got a Ferris wheel.
Ferris wheel outside. So no, this and the fact that what you guys do as far as the giving away to individuals the food and whatnot, tremendous. So I applaud you
thanks
so much.
We appreciate that.
So I want to ask you as a player, because you guys are right down the street, right? NovaCare is right there. That's where you guys practice, where you study your film and do all that stuff. And it's actually proven very difficult to get players to stop by here during the week. And it's because of your schedules are so rigorous. And it's not only like what time you're required to be there, but also what time you require yourselves to be there, right? So, like, let's say your office job, your day job requires you to be there at 9. But everybody else is getting there at 7. You know what I mean? When you see that everybody else reporting early, and so you are the type of player who led by example. So so they played in Detroit yesterday, and suppose this was you playing in Detroit yesterday. What time would you have been in the NovaCare complex today?
Today would have been we would have to come in anyway.
Yeah.
For the day after.
Yeah.
And so getting up early to come in and get in the whirlpool and to begin to work some of the soreness out, moving around just a little bit. So it would have been an early morning for me to get back over here to the facility.
It's a weird thing talking also about your person. We were talking last week about. So it's your profession, it's what you do. Your body is your method by which you put food on the table.
It's my business,
right?
It's my business, right?
And then you get those weird things where you're reaching for the remote and suddenly you pull your neck in a weird way.
Yeah.
So where us it'd be like, that sucks. With you, it's like, son of a bitch.
Yep. So we get on the phone.
Yeah.
We're calling up either the trainer or someone so we can get that thing out taken care of real quick.
And it's interesting too, and how the terminology is used too. He's like, it's my business. And I knew somebody who dated a professional football player, and she said, he told me he had to go to work.
Yeah,
he was going to play a game, and so it's like, we're going to a game. No, I'm going to work, right?
So much more than that. So much more than that.
Yeah.
And so your body is your temple, and there are some players out there who are in shape and stay in shape because they have to, right? And then when their career is over, then they're like, oh, all right, I can eat what I want. I don't have to exercise everything. That's not you.
No, sir.
I took a picture with you backstage. You might be in better shape now than you were when you in your playing days.
I'm bigger than I was. I won't say better shape because back then, oh, my goodness. But like physical, size-wise, I'm much bigger than I've ever been.
A lot more weight training, would you say? Or would you because, I mean, you have to, people normally think, okay, I'm just going to pack on muscle and that's going to help my game. But it may not. You have to hit a certain level, but you seem to be solid.
So if that philosophy was like the truth, then bodybuilders would be out there.
Exactly.
Running. That's not the case, right? So there's functional strength and functional movement that you have to have.
Tailored to your sport.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Brian, I am no fan of Jimmy Johnson. Obviously not a big Cowboys fan, but he said something yesterday. I was watching the Eagles game that had never occurred to me before, and I was impressed by his insight on it. They were talking, I think it was at halftime, and he was saying how head coaches never really do much coaching on game day, that all the coaching that they do is Monday to Saturday. And on the game day itself, it's the coordinators, it's the running backs coaches, it's the guys beneath the head coach. Do you think that's an accurate assessment? Because I'd never heard that phrased that way before.
Yeah, we really didn't have a whole lot of conversations, even with Andy, going back to my time here. Like, the guys that we talk to the majority of the time really is our position coach. Now, we would talk to Jim a little bit more than we would talk to Andy, but for the most part, it's your position coaches. So the position coach gets whatever marching orders from up the chain, so to speak, and it's that relationship that's really the strongest usually. Now, I'm not saying that the coach does not lead the way, because absolutely Andy did, and even in the team meetings, he would let us know, I guess, his mindset of what we need to be concentrating on a little bit, but for the most part, it's your position coach.
Yeah.
So what the hell's those guys doing on Sunday?
So, I mean, but you got to understand from a head coach's perspective, though, they have so much to take care of. It's so much that's on their mind, the situations in the game, the circumstances. So it's so much that they're dealing with in order for them. And that's why it's impressive but hard for Andy to call the plays and then manage the game at the same time. Those two things are extremely difficult.
So you probably don't know this, but you have a couple of things in common with Preston and Steve, but more precisely Preston. You're both Hall of Famers. And your favorite comic book character is Wolverine.
Swing. Swing. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, man.
I'm the best at what I do.
Absolutely.
But what I do ain't nice.
That's right, man.
What I do ain't nice. I love it.
I fell in love with Wolverine back in, the 1990s. I'm like, wait, what is this dude? What is he? This little guy can do all this? I love Wolverine.
Yeah. And he's up in your face, like it's a like close combat when he fights you. So I love that part as well.
You know, they're and this is and I was reading about some more word coming out of Hollywood, at least in the MCU, is that they're looking to do Wolverine the way he was originally envisioned. Hugh Jackman.
Thank you.
Right,
but smaller.
Thank you.
Like 5'4".
Yeah, thank you. I mean, don't get me wrong. He did a great job with Wolverine, but dude, like Wolverine is literally a short cat.
Yeah,
you can't have a dude who's 6'1" play Wolverine. Come on, man.
And also his sense of smell and all, like his feral abilities,
heightened senses. Yep.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm with you. So hopefully that'll come to be. Hey, I wanted to ask Pete, who's here with you. Do you need to work out like Brian Dawkins in order to eat his hamburger that you're going to be putting on the menu?
I might have to, but congratulations on the Hall of Fame.
Oh, thank you.
And Brian, I want to know how I can get in the Hall of Fame.
That's it. Well,
the French Fry Hall of Fame or something.
Oh, most definitely.
Sure. Yeah.
Nobody's got crab fries.
Just follow the big butts going.
Yeah. No, but I was looking. So the B-Dog Impact Burger you guys are featuring at Chickies and Pete, right? Uh-oh. They brought them. I did not know you brought them with you.
You must take a bite of these before we leave. These are the Primal Supply grass-fed burgers.
All
from a
right.
local company.
Thank you, Nick.
With jerk spices, provolone cheese,
I'm all about
Caribbean
the jerky.
spice, pineapple sauce, jalapeno, chimichurri.
Wow.
Topped with fried egg and arugula.
Oh, my God.
It's got a perfect blend.
What's arugula?
It's a vegetable. Thank you.
Something green. It's something green.
It's more money than lettuce.
I love chimichurri sauce. I'm a big fan of that. All right, everybody's biting. I'll wait because somebody's got to talk.
What?
While this is going.
So
we need napkins too.
When you buy one of these burgers, $5 goes to Brian's Impact Foundation. So it goes. You're doing a great thing. You're eating a great meal.
Brian, did you have some say in putting this burger together?
The whole thing.
Really? No.
The whole thing.
He took over 2 months.
We need napkins.
2 months to do this. It was taking forever. The guy was the way he plays football is the way he went about the burger.
Are you a griller? You like to cook?
I do like to cook, but I listen to my wife.
Nope.
And then she, mixes up some things. But here's the other thing. Seriously though, when we've been blessed to go to Jamaica and a lot of places that have a tropical climate to it, right? And I've enjoyed the cuisine in those places. So what I wanted you to do is to bite the burger. And if you bite the burger, and if you've ever gone to Jamaica or you want to go to Jamaica or someone like that, you can close your eyes as you're biting, turn on some reggae music, and you'll take yourself to that place as the spices punch you in your face, right?
May I suggest, and would this be a violation that you perhaps eat it with a knife and fork? Because it is.
You can't.
There's a lot happening in this burger.
And that's the other thing.
Because my first mouthful was nothing but bun because everything slid out.
But and this is something that's going to be it's going to be a little sloppy, and it's a good sloppy.
But a good sloppy.
It's a good sloppy.
Delicious.
It's a good sloppy.
Is that a sweet potato fry?
It is.
Yes, they are. It's served with sweet potato fries, and actually there's weapon extras.
Oh, okay.
So weapon extras, $1 from that will actually go. So it could be a $6 donation each burger.
Wow.
The lobster tails is an add-on, or a weapon extra, a crab cake or a cold shrimp.
Ooh,
on top
all right.
of the burger.
Dude,
if it's not sloppy enough,
yeah, right.
Then you can get your other hand in there.
Now,
it's amazing.
To that temple part, so the reason why the ingredients are the way they are is because I still eat the way that I used to eat when I was a player, right? So I believe that this is my temple. I wanted to feed it the right thing so it can produce and have the energy that I wanted. So I wanted this burger to have the same type of ingredients to it, to be
all right.
Yes.
All right. I was curious if you clearly have put a lot of thought into this menu item.
Absolutely.
Wow. And I'll say with all the ingredients in this, if you're running, you might get a little afterburner action. That's just passing through your system.
So you like going to the Caribbean as far as a getaway goes?
Love it.
Oh man,
love the feel.
Here's what I did. So I've got a speaker system in my backyard. I've got like a 2-zone system. So I put ocean sound effects on one and Bob Marley on the other. And I just shut my eyes, and if I take this burger,
you're in it.
I'm all the way
You're in it, brother.
I love that.
You got to put on sunscreen.
Okay,
At that point.
They have the smell. I like it. They have the smell to it. Yes, I love it.
That's like your grandmother. You put on sunscreen.
By the way, Pete was telling me you guys, Chickies and Pete's, all the way out in Vegas now.
Yeah. We opened up a couple weeks ago in Las Vegas. We were open for the Eagles game, and we're in the Sahara.
Wow.
Sahara Casino and Hotel.
Nice, man.
Is it, Pete? Is that your first foray into
Yeah.
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 That's very cool.
It was real cool. I have a 24-year-old son thinks it's the greatest thing on earth.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, listen, Case, you had some questions you wanted to ask? Brian?
Well, I just if you wanted to do a contest of some sort on the can drop, we don't have to do that.
Oh,
But,
on the can drop.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't know
or something.
that.
But we didn't. So I just wanted to be prepared ahead of time. But no, all the questions, the answers was Brian Dawkins.
All right.
So
Oh, well, let's ask him then.
well, not all of them, but most of them.
What Eagles player was? It says was October 13th, 19.
Was born.
Was born. Okay.
What Eagles player was October 13th? Yes.
Is it Brian Dawkins?
It is Brian Dawkins. Yes, good answer.
Okay. What Eagles player was the 61st pick in the 1996 NFL Draft? Question. And yes, very good.
answer. Good answer.
Great guess. Great guess. Great guess.
What is Casey Boy's brother's favorite Eagles player of all time?
Brian Dawkins. Good answer.
Good.
Yeah. Here's a highlighted one.
Okay. Use a highlighted one?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Who is Casey Boy's favorite Eagle player of all time?
No, it's incorrect. It's Randall Cunningham. Brian Dawkins is a close second, though.
We do know what. Okay, now let's see if you can actually get this one. What is Brian Dawkins's middle name? Anybody know?
Somebody said Dave.
All right,
Dave.
Think of okay.
It's Brian Dawkins.
Irish Saint
Patrick?
There you go.
Thank you. I made it my job to learn all the NFL players' middle names.
But I have a question for Brian Dawkins. Brian, who is your favorite Eagle of all time?
Ooh.
Without question, Reggie White.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
my dog's name is Reggie.
Reggie? Yeah.
Named after Reggie White.
So if you ask me who I think of when I see especially that logo,
Yes.
it's Reggie and Randall.
Yeah.
Those are the two cats that I think about.
That's
very cool.
that was my childhood.
Yeah.
Growing up was although what's funny is I wanted to when I was a kid I wanted to change my name to Harold.
Harold.
Because of Carmichael.
Carmichael.
Yeah.
Right.
And but when I was growing up, we were season ticket holders. Randall Cunningham, Reggie White, Buddy's Watching You. I know every single lyric from that song. Like that was definitely my jam, and season ticket holders for my whole life.
Bringing
and
home Jerome.
Yeah. So and I was also a ball boy for a weekend.
Oh, wow,
before
wow.
I got
It was
homesick.
in a bathhouse,
It was no. I was not a balls boy. I was a ball boy.
Oh boy.
Where's my balls boy?
But it was at Westchester University. I ended up getting homesick, and I went home as a result. But you mentioned Jerome. Like I got to walk Jerome Brown's dog, and it was like Jim McMahon was the backup
Why is that
quarterback.
never covered in highlight reels?
No, but as a child, that's like the it's a huge deal.
God.
But thank you. So you also autographed the book. Do you want to talk about your book real quick?
Yeah, so that's Brian Dawkins, Blessed by the Best, my trip from Canton and beyond. And it's not a football book. There will be some football in there, don't get me wrong, but it's literally some of the things and places that I've had to grow through in my life in order for me to be who I am, my mindset that I've developed along the way, and the people that have blessed me along the way. That's why it's called Blessed by the Best, because I've been blessed with the right people at the right time to speak things into my life.
Have you found, and what we have found, and obviously we were just at the Hall of Fame and we were surrounded by people that we admired, that the people who really are possessed of the real talent or the real capability are always the most giving with the advice, because they're not covetous of someone else's success. They want to encourage success in others. Has that been your experience throughout life?
A lot of them. I won't say all of them.
Yeah,
but
right.
A lot of individuals.
Right.
You know what, Brian? So we have WMMR is a legendary radio station, and in our hallways, there's pictures of the history of the station up and down, and all the staff members that have come and gone. And I, from time to time, would like to stop and look at those as I walk through the hall and realize that I'm a part of something really special. Does that dawn on you when you think about the Eagles organization? Yeah,
absolutely. Because when I come in, and I just mentioned that Reggie. So Reggie blessed me in so many ways of how he carried himself off the field, but how he absolutely just beasted folk on the field, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
as a spiritual guy, Christian, so he literally taught me what I could do, what I can be off the field as a quality member of society, so to speak, and blessing people that way. But on the field, I'm also blessing people, but it's not in a good way, right? So, but and it's okay because it's in the rules. But seriously, Reggie blessed me in so many ways. So when I became an Eagle, the first person I thought about representing was Reggie. Like, I'm going to represent the way that they played the game. That defense, that with Buddy, I'm going to represent. That's the type of mindset I want to represent.
That's excellent.
When an athlete like yourself, achieves success, I mean, and you said there's football in there, but it's a life lesson as well. You accrue, you learn so many things that are applicable to life, playing with others and having a goal and following through on a plan. All those things are applicable in many ways, and that's why I think a lot of times what happens is you'll see athletes go on to talk to business, people and other people because it ports to any aspect of life.
And it really does. It was crazy that you mentioned that. I was blessed to speak yesterday at Clemson. When I went down, I had to do some things in Clemson. So I met up with a banker. He was probably like in his 80s. And he told me in a not so, I guess, pleasing way that I was just able to play high school, right? I was like, no. I said, that mindset that you use to play in any sport, I'm pretty sure you took that same similar mindset into banking, into doing different things in life. So it's the mindset. So it's not, and I tell people all the time, football is what I did. It's not who I was. So what I did is I took me out of football, and now I put me into the next phase of my life. So the same passion, drive, determination, and all of those things exist where I am now.
That's great.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
God, I wish I could look at things like that. Yeah.
Well, I'll read the book.
I'll read the book. It's what I'm going to do, and I'll have the burger. I'm going to live the Brian Dawkins Weapon X lifestyle now.
And you know what? Then you'll be able to just let it go about that horrible gas you had earlier.
Oh my God, it's terrible. I'm glad you guys didn't come out here on stage a little while ago, Pete.
Yeah, listen. Don't forget tonight at Chicky and Pete's at 6:00. Brian will be there signing books, having a book signing.
Not the burgers, right?
Not the burgers. I'm not going to sign the burgers.
No, he is signing the burgers, too. He's branding them. But his signature is in the taste of that burger. Believe me when I say that.
It's amazing.
And you tried it, so you know.
Yes.
It's very good.
In fact, I'm wearing half of it, but it's delicious.
It looks great on you. It does.
Well, it's right around the corner from where we are. Chickies and Pete's are going to be at this location.
Yeah,
right here.
1526 Packer.
Excellent, man. Brian, great to meet you. Thanks for coming by and supporting the event. We really appreciate it. Pete, it's always great to see you here.
Thank you, guys.
Let's hear Brian Dawkins, Pete Saraki on the Preston and Steve Show. Camp Out for Hunger. Wow. Tough act to follow.
Very cool.
But we've got a couple of things we need to. It's 10:40, and we still haven't even done lesson question, trash, music, news, and all that stuff. So, lesson question. We're going to do that now. Getting away a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer New Year's Eve at the Met, and this is for his second show that night that we just announced this morning. This morning on the show is rather good. It's a 10 p.m. show. It's the Birdie Boy relapse. That's why I saw Birdie, and I thought morning. So, Nick, what's the question we're going to ask today?
What was the food item that gave Queen Elizabeth diarrhea?
Ooh. 215-263-WMMR. I'm trying to remember what that was. I don't know.
Quick joke, but
right.
yeah, that was around 6:40 this morning.
The food item that gave
Queen Elizabeth
diarrhea?
Yeah.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. While you call, we do the trash, so let's do that now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Wawa. Wawa and 2SP join Camp Out for Hunger and are brewing good for Philadelphia. You can see what's on tap from the breweries Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Vanderpump Rules star Lala Kent and Randall Emmett, we all know these legends. They've gone their separate ways after a 3-year engagement. Kent and Emmett still plan on working together when they appear in season 6 of Celebrity Outhouse Builders. Should be awesome. Madonna, I don't know if you saw these pictures, getting called out for ghoulishly recreating the death photos of Marilyn Monroe's body as she was discovered in her Bel Air home in 1962. In fact, many have pointed out that the dead Marilyn still looks better than Madonna does today. And finally, Drake dropped $5.5 million on a birthday gift to himself, a one-of-a-kind Richard Mille watch. Drake says while the price seems extravagant, the watch will help him to tell time.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
That's your Hollywood trash.
All right. Thank you, Steve. All right, we'll go to the phones and see if we can get an answer. We'll try to go to the phones. We tried to do this earlier. Didn't quite work out, and we'll give it a shot now, though. I'm going to go to Rob. Let's see if we can hear him. Rob, are you there?
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. We got Rob. All right, Rob. So what food gave the Queen diarrhea?
Pork rinds.
Pork rinds is correct. Yes, Rob, you got it right.
Your system can't handle it.
Hang on the line. We're going to get your information. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer New Year's Eve at the Met. This is for his second show that night, 10 p.m. Just announced, the Birdie Boy Relapse Tour. And tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. Complete information at WMMR.com. Let's do music news, please.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by the American Red Cross. You can give something that means something this holiday season. The Red Cross urges eligible blood and platelet donors of all types to give now. You can visit redcross.org or call 1-800-RED-CROSS. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies took place over the weekend, October 30th, at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse in Cleveland. The induction ceremony will be broadcast on HBO, streamed on HBO Max on November 20th. The ceremony honored this year's inductees, Tina Turner, Carole King, the Go-Go's, Jay-Z, Foo Fighters, and Todd Rundgren. In the performer category, the 2021 Musical Excellence Award was given to LL Cool J, Billy Preston, and guitarist Randy Rhoads. This year's Early Influence Award inductees were Kraftwerk, Gil Scott-Heron, and Charlie Patton. There were two conspicuous no-shows at the event, though. Todd Rundgren, a longtime critic of the Rock Hall, skipped the induction and chose to play in nearby Cincinnati instead.
We thought he might, right?
With good friend Patti Smith inducting him.
Yeah, he said he might not go in advance. It's too bad.
I mean, I think the last statement we had from him, Nick, was that basically he understands the importance to the fans. He at a certain point, you should go.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You guys went.
Yeah.
There was another missing in action, and it was Bryan Adams, who was supposed to perform.
Man, that cuts like a knife.
His supposed to perform his 1984 duet with Tina Turner at the show. That song, "It's Only Love," I love that song.
Great song.
I always thought that was a really cool tune, but he was forced out after testing positive for COVID.
Oh, well, there you go. Not his fault.
Yeah, country star Keith Urban sat in for the Canadian rocker, duetted with, is it H-E-R or Her? I don't know.
It's Her. Let's go with Her.
On the Private Dancer, favorite by the
That's a great song.
I think we have a couple of clips. I asked Connor to grab them. So Paul McCartney inducted the Foo Fighters, and you know what? I thought that these were actual clips that we had. If you have a clip from Paul McCartney, can you roll that, please? We don't have that.
Well, if you have a clip of Paul McCartney at home, play it right now. We'll give you a second.
All right, I looked at the wrong thing when I asked for clips to be sent over this morning, so we're going to skip that.
It's the Alka-Seltzer theme that we have, Preston.
We do. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, my God. That's almost exactly what he said verbatim anyway. Here, I'll mention a couple things. So Taylor Hawkins of Foo Fighters said, "I'd like to share this award with a couple of bands that I'd like to see get in there someday, too." He said, and I love this, he said, "I'd like to see George Michael in there one day.
George Michael.
I'd like to see Jane's Addiction in there. I'd really like that. I'd like to see Soundgarden in there.
I'd like to see a grown man pleasure a camel."
He said, "So I'll share this with you guys, but when you guys get it, you've got to give me back your bit. And thanks, everyone," he said.
Who do you think is the glaring, I mean, there's still a couple of them. They've gotten to a lot.
Judas Priest, probably?
Judas Priest is up there, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the list of the ones that, believe it or not, you know who I think should be in there? I I think Styx has always been a really good rock band. They kind of get pawned off as like a,
bubblegum rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm a fan of Styx.
Yeah. So there's several out there, and you know what? With enough time, they will eventually get to it.
And with our input today, I'm sure they'll take heed.
Do we have a clip from Dave Grohl to play, Jason? All right, play that. Here we go.
Being in a band is a trip. It is
That
not
does
like
not
any...
sound like Dave Grohl. That sounds
No.
like the shock of the Go-Go's.
They did a helium balloon segment that was excellent.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to say that the best thing about being here tonight is being surrounded by our family. And when I say that, I mean, if anybody knows how the Foo Fighters work, the people that we're with and we've worked with, it's been 20, 25, 30 years, and we stick together like a family. And I think that's important, because then you're doing it together, not just because it's work, but because you love each other.
Did you hear him getting emotional?
Yeah, he was getting choked up. All right,
I have a Paul McCartney clip if you want to hear it.
What about the Go-Go's?
Yeah, let's play the Gina Shock one again. You can go ahead and roll that if you would, please. Go-Go's were inducted.
Being in a band is a trip. It is not like anything else. It's kind of like being married. In our case, a polygamous same-sex marriage that ends up getting divorced and remarried and divorced and remarried.
Nice. All right, and then we have Paul. He inducted Foo Fighters. You have that clip,
Hi,
Casey?
this is Paul McCartney.
Here we go. Turn it up over
Wait.
here. Casey Zeta. Here we go.
Hi, this is Paul McCartney on 93.3 WMMR in Philadelphia. I'm talking to you with my voice. Keep listening.
There you go.
Okay. We actually do have a Paul McCartney clip, I think, don't we, Jason? Okay, let's go ahead and hit that.
We had a great time with our groups, but then eventually tragedy happened and my group broke up. Same happened with Dave. His group broke up under tragic circumstances. And so then the question is, what do you do now? We both were presented with that question. In my case, I thought, well, I'll make an album where I play all the instruments myself. So I did that. Dave's group broke up. What's he do? He makes an album where he plays all the instruments himself. Do you think this guy's stalking me?
Nice. Yeah, obviously that was recorded different. All right, and then a couple other quick things. John Bon Jovi has tested positive for COVID, according to Rolling Stone. Yeah, the Bon Jovi frontman was set for a Runaway with JBJ fan event on Saturday.
There was like a small audience event, right?
Yep, which was to feature a Q&A session, photo ops, costume party, and acoustic performance. John, who tested positive after a rapid test, is fully vaccinated and said through a rep that although he feels great, he would be heading to bed.
Did he show up in a costume? Because that's the worst when you can't get into the party and you're dressed as Scooby-Doo.
You're referring to Bill Weston.
Bill Weston.
And then we'll do just one more quick story. The Kiss End of the Road tour has run into another wrinkle as the band has canceled its upcoming Las Vegas residency at the Zappos Theater at Planet Hollywood.
We don't want to do it.
During the current tour, both Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons have fell ill with COVID, with Stanley's guitar tech Francis Stuber dying of the virus last month. Although no definitive reason for the scrapped shows was given, whispers of a light ticket sale are floating around.
For Kiss?
The paper quoted from a recent Rolling Stone article that cited 3 crew members speaking anonymously for fear of retaliation.
They're filthy liars.
Who said the tour didn't take strict enough safety measures, which they say sickened several tour workers and potentially cost Stuber his life. Stuber and Stanley were very close friends for 25 years, and Stuber was the one who introduced the band with "You wanted the best, you got the best" Kiss for every concert.
My trainer, Preston Dwayne, was out in Vegas for a conference, and he happened they found out there was a Gene Simmons art show going on.
Wow.
And he shows up, and the guy lets him in about 15, 20 minutes early. Simmons himself shows up and starts and hangs out and is just, chatting with him, said he couldn't be nicer. But
that's cool.
Yeah. So, it's what they do.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That is music news. We have to take a break.
Yeah.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
What the hell?
Pierre Robert's on his way here, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you got to stick around for that, right?
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment. Camp Out for Hunger, Day 1. Pierre Robert up next. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so, I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I
very
don't want
kind.
to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we have each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't do
What?
it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right.
All right.
And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's
No.
nothing appealing about
Nope.
that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get a different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were 2 of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so, but Stevie sent me
Okay,
this.
fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the
love
Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really? Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of, yeah.
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Madison,
Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie
All
is
right, fancy boy.
right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like it's
Philly.
special?
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not. Hey, it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of. There's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No,
and even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake.
Yeah.
You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. A man who purchased Gwyneth Paltrow's viral "This Smells Like My Vagina" candle from Goop says it exploded, and he's filing a class action lawsuit.
Candles do sometimes explode. You've had stories about that, right? Have you ever had one explode, Kathy? Or at least I had one like pop and melt immediately.
Oh, okay. So no, like I've seen you. No, I don't burn candles in my house. But I've seen it burn all the way to the bottom, and like there's just a little bit. It's just liquid at that point, and then it shatters the glass.
Okay. Well, this splattered vagina all over the walls.
Vagina fight to the morning match. This vagina falling, crashing, vagina crawling to the ground.
Oh, they had a reporter on the scene.
Vagina catastrophes I've ever seen. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I can't compose myself. There's vagina everywhere. People trapped into huge labia. It's disgusting and a mess. It looks like deli meat strewn across the field here in Vegas, New Jersey.
Hair all over the place, and yeah.
There we go. My effects. There we go, sir. I can't even. My effects. I'm so distraught.
You've been pulled into a time continuum.
I can't. I don't know what's. Oh my God.
Wouldn't it be great if field reporter.
Great WMMR. Love that Aaron Jones, by the way. That song Supercharged. Really cool tune. It's about 2 minutes after 11 o'clock. We've gone really, really late on our first day.
We're so bad.
I like that. And it's a typical Monday, as is for the Camp Out for Hunger, is it's the slowest day of the week traditionally. So our volunteers have kind of been chilling out a little bit today. We need to put them to work. They came here to do something. They would like to do it. They are giving of their time, but they want to be put to work. And we would like you to put them to work by coming down and making your donations. And if you can come down today or tomorrow, that would be great, because traditionally it's a slower time, and you can help us kind of keep these guys busy and just keep the outlook positive and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, again, as we said many times before, you see these large amounts as far as donations from Acme and so on and so forth coming in. That's great. But again, your donation will mean everything to the person or family that ends up eating that food. So from the smallest to the biggest, it all matters.
So I'd like to do some thank yous. People who've been by and helped out. Obviously, we've thanked tons of sponsors. By the way, lunch later on today provided by Jersey Mike's, and that's for our volunteers and staff, which we have. We're not doing the food for everybody who comes in here in the tent just because of cleanliness and all that stuff yet. Our friends from Dunkin' are out here in the morning serving up free coffee, so keep that in mind if you come back. But they're feeding our staff from Jersey Mike's, and, of course, they're going to break some more records this year, collecting for Phil Abundance, thanks to Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above. Thank you to Endless Pools. We have the swimming event that's going on. They probably just wrapped up the first day.
Oh, no, because I'm going to pop in there after this.
All right, Casey's going to...
I was like, what the hell?
Casey's going to jump in. That's Pierre doing that.
He doesn't know.
The mic's hot. It's okay.
I didn't know it was on.
I know you don't know. It's still making noise. But anyway, hang on a second.
Not Pierre.
Can we turn his mic off for a second, please? Thank you. All right, so thank you to Endless Pools and Robert Irvine and Mark Murphy for being here as well. The Beats and Eat food and music events is tonight at the Fillmore. Thank you to Zach Snyder for being on the show today. Matt O'Donnell and Jessica Boynton from 6 ABC. Brian Dawkins was here. It was really, really cool. And Pete Rocky. And the gang from Philatrunk, Jeff and Chris who came by, and Tito's Vodka, Dan Smith, and our crew from Acme. It's just been a busy, busy day, and that's the way we like it on a Monday.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful thing. And Pierre has been called in to take it from here and continue the forward momentum. How you doing, man?
Excellent, and excellent. Great first day. Sounded good, really good. Brian Dawkins was really interesting.
Yeah.
And the news challenge was brilliant.
That was Preston's idea.
I loved that, getting them to say things fast and stuff. The breaking news thing was
They
great.
were impressive. They did
really good.
Yeah.
really well.
Really
It's
good.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are tongue twisters, and they were handed to him cold. So.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Excellent.
All right. We should do that with you someday.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Let's get right on that. All right. So we need to do a letter of the day if you want to get rolling with that.
Sure.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show brought to you today by The Letter.
F as in fabulous.
All right. And we have a fabulous prize of $300 brought to you by The Bagster. A dumpster in a bag. Perfect for all home improvement cleanups.
Dumpster in a bag.
Just pick one up today at any of your local home improvement stores. You can buy, fill, and gone. That's the way they do it. What's up today, ma'am?
Well, we'll be here at the Camp Out for Hunger, and our guests allowed like this throughout the day to pop in to visit, or
yes? So mask required in the tent, and that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. So people are welcome to pop in, and Monday is a slow day, so anything that you can do to help us out. And again, it's early this year, so and the location's a little different.
Yes.
Not that different. I mean, you cannot miss it, but I went to where I've gone before, and it wasn't. Then I went to where it was the year before. The tent moves a little bit each year.
Yeah.
And its setup is a little bit different each year, so it's always challenging to a feeble consciousness like mine. But one does the best one can with what limited supplies one has between one's ears. Having said that, we'll also do some cool workforce blocks, including Coldplay and Bob Marley, and maybe we'll take a block by request for the highest donation. I thought that might be a kind of a fun thing.
Yeah, anything you can do to jazz that, Pierre. That's why it's awesome to have you here on Monday to get that going, because, again, this, as Preston said, the first 2 days would be wonderful if we could get over that kind of lag that always occurs at the beginning of the camp out and really start kicking it.
Well, you have to know these guys are terrified every Monday. Oh, my God, it's going to fail miserably. And it does not, thanks to you, our dear listeners. But anything you could do to give us a little boost on a Monday or Tuesday. Is Jackson coming today, too?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
You guys are here every day this week, so
Cool.
until Friday, and then when our show ends on Friday, it starts breaking down.
Cool. I mean, here's to Rodney and the crew and all the people who set this thing up. They were doing it last week.
Yeah.
They were sending me pictures of the skeleton of this tent. And this is not... There are a lot of moving parts to this whole thing, and more than you can even imagine, even building a stage. But this tent is gigantic, and the construction that goes into it, I saw the skeleton all laid out in the parking lot as they were beginning. It's quite an effort. So here's to all those folks that put it together, and I don't even know how many did, but many did. So a fun production, and we're off and running.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsor, Preston Steve Show, is brought to you today by Acme. You can download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. Visit acmemarkets.com for details. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston Steve Show, and by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke, doing car care right. Tomorrow, busy day on the program. We do our City 6 Papa Shot Championship. That's right. The collegiate coaches will be here to take each other on for the McCantic Cup.
Awesome.
Who's going to win it this year? We'll find out tomorrow. Also, from the band Royal Blood, lead singer Mike Kerr, super nice guy. Nick Cannon is stopping by here tomorrow.
Interesting.
It's going to be on a Zoom.
Oh, it's going to be on a Zoom.
Zoom is stopping by.
The Zoom will be here. Jennifer Frederick from Fox Good Day will be here. M. Night Shyamalan will be joining us on the program. And we also have our crew from NBC 10. That's Tracy Davidson, Keith Jones, Bill Henley. A whole bunch of them are going to be stopping by.
And just a reminder that tonight, right before the Sixers game, Preston and Steve are going to be ringing the bell.
Yep, so we will do that tonight if you're headed to the game. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day, and we'll see you at the Camp Out for Hunger game. Bye-bye.